is all about.
Sure.
Seriously.
Um,
This is all
thank you.
kind of,
Thank you. First of all, thank you everyone for joining us. It's a little rusty, but we'll get there. My name is Zach.
You're Jason's brother, yeah.
My name is Zach England. I'm Jason's brother, and on New Year's Eve this last year, my girlfriend and I found a dog in the street here in Las Vegas, not in the median, not on the sidewalk, right in the middle of the street, and there was just no chance we were going to drive past him. And we opened the car door, and he basically got in on his own. Took him right, spent New Year's Eve at the emergency clinic getting him checked out. He had no chip, no collar. You could see his ribs. He smelled like pee. He wasn't fixed. And so we just made the decision, well, you're coming with us. So for the next 9 months, we tried and tried like hell to find him the right home, to just because he didn't quite get along with bigger dogs, and Jason and I have bigger dogs. He loved small dogs. That was great. And unfortunately, just the couple of Thursdays ago, he ingested some highly toxic oleander leaves, and he died on Monday, September 9th at 2:30, about 2:30 in the morning. And the total vet bill, we had started an emergency fund that we thought was responsible. We had about $3,000 sitting in an emergency fund specifically for the dogs. And our total vet bill was $14,610. So thankfully, with Jason's contacts and David and Eric and Paul and Derek and all these guys and Matt King, I'm thrilled to have everyone here. Probably won't say much the whole day, but just thank you from the bottom of my heart and from my family's heart. We're just really happy to see all of you, and hopefully I'll be at Magic Live next year to meet some of you in person, and just thank you personally. So Jason, I can see Jason here now, so I will let him pick it up from here. And again, appreciate it.
All righty then. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. That's perfect. All right. Thanks, everyone. Sorry for the little hiccups there. They were impossible to avoid, but let's jump right into this. I'm not sure why we decided to kick things off with gambling material, but there you go. That's what I do. And I'm going to hopefully show you guys some cool stuff here. Let me switch cameras. And I'm pretty sure that everyone is seeing that now. Let me get a few things out of the way here, and we'll go from there. All right, so I wanted to talk today a little bit about false shuffles, just as a point of technique, and then also end with a couple of cool tricks that you guys can do. So one of the things in my notes, I get this all the time from people, is which false shuffle should I learn? And if we're talking specifically about false shuffles on the table in a gambling context, they almost always mean, should I learn push through shuffles, or should I learn zero shuffles? And the answer to that is yes, you should learn push through shuffles and zero shuffles. And I'm going to show you a little bit, because there's a lot of information out there on zero shuffles. I'm going to actually focus on push through shuffles for a second and talk about some problems that I see when I'm watching other people shuffle cards. So the first thing I want to talk about is what we're trying to model. And most of the errors that I see come at the end of shuffles. So let me show you what I mean for a second. There's basically 3 ways to end a push-through shuffle. And those 3 ways are to end a shuffle. Those 3 ways are to do nothing. So this is a shuffle and I didn't do anything. I just ended the shuffle. Another way is to end with a cut by moving the top half forward and then completing the cut like so. And then the last way would be to shuffle and cut the bottom half either forward and slap it on top or backwards and slap it on top. Doesn't matter, but the point is the bottom half is coming off and being placed up to the top. So those are our three ways that we typically end riffle shuffles. Do nothing, cut forwards and away from you, cut up to the top from the bottom. And all three of those have some problems. So do nothing has the least problems usually, although as magicians, we often have trouble maintaining breaks if we do nothing, wanting to cut later, wanting to allow the spectator to cut, things of that nature. But the other two are where I see the most problems because they're easy to spot. So let's talk about this for a second. I'm just going to turn the top card face up. I see this happen all the time, okay? Watch this. This is going to be a push-through shuffle, like so. And then I'm going to do that cut where the bottom half comes up and to the top. And that looked fine. It looked okay because it looked like the bottom half actually came up and to the top. What if I had accidentally shuffled like this and then tried the same thing? That looks like the top half coming up and slapped on top again, which makes no sense. We see this with this type of push-through shuffle, where I do the push-through shuffle and then I cut forwards and away from me. But that wasn't the top card. So that looks like I slid the bottom half forward and away from me and then completed the cut, which again makes no sense. So be cognizant of which shuffle you're doing and where that top card winds up. This looks fine because that packet looked like it was coming up and being slapped onto the top. And going the other way, this does not look fine. That looked like I took the top half off and slapped it right back on top. Any questions about that? So any questions about just being cognizant of which direction you're moving things? And give me a second. I'm going to try to silence my messages. That should do it. So let's see here. I'm going to try to do a quick trick for you here in a minute. I want to make sure I've got what I need here. Another thing I want to talk about with push-through shuffles is I see this all the time when people are trying to learn push-through shuffles. They do this thing where they split the deck in half. They give the cards a really smooth shuffle like that. I think this is a big mistake when you're trying to learn things, okay? That smooth shuffling is a big problem when you're trying to learn. And here's why. If I take half the cards and I give them a nice smooth riffle shuffle, and I just barely push them in, maybe a little bit more than a centimeter or so, and I try to yank these out, I get a big mess because there's a ton of friction there. Every single one of those pieces of paper is touching two other pieces of paper, and we get an amazing amount of friction. If, on the other hand, I just put a block of cards in between the other cards, I could even push them almost all the way in, and when I go to remove these, that half just collapses basically cleanly. That's because there was almost no friction between these two packets. The only points of contact were the top card and the bottom card of that packet, which means the closer we can get to this model that I just showed, the better we are in terms of friction. So instead of cutting half and half and doing this pure, smooth riffle shuffle with a ton of friction that you're going to have to fight and overcome, what's better is to cut about 2/3 and 1/3. So a third of 52 cards would be about 17 cards or so. So a little bit less than half shuffled into the other 2/3. The other thing you want to do is run those halves unevenly. So if you look here, I didn't even shuffle those cards as smoothly as possible. I ran them unevenly. okay? But what this means is that when I go to do a strip out, that packet has very little friction on that packet, and the cards come out smoothly, easily. Even when they're in all the way, the cards come out as smoothly as possible, okay? Obviously, you don't want to take this too far. You don't want to just have a shuffle that looks like that. I was actually trying to shuffle some cards and didn't get many in there. But you do want to get as close as possible to that model and still look pretty good. So that's a pretty tight shuffle. And yet I can get in there and get those cards anytime I want. I'm not monitoring questions in the chat. So David, if you see a question, a good question in the chat, pop in and say something, please. Or somebody pop in and say something. All right, so a couple of things.
Paul Wilson said that's the first legit shuffle I've ever seen Jason do. So,
Yeah, that's probably accurate. Probably accurate. So one other thing that I get is people ask all the time, how do I, how should I practice, or are there any tips for practice? And I think, yes, there are some tips for practice. So here's probably the biggest practice tip I can think of. So almost all of you that are trying fall shuffles, you've got this part down. You can riffle the cards together, no problem. And if I were to set it up for you and say, grab here and pull those apart, you can probably do that part too. That's not where anyone really has trouble. The hard part is this moment where those ships sort of pass in the night, and you've got to get this half over to here and this half over to here. That's the tough part. So only practice that part. I do this all the time. It's just sort of a fidget move for me. I'm only turning half the deck face up so that you can see. The face up half is on my left. Now it's on my right. Now it's on my left. Now it's on my right. Now it's on my left. Now it's on my right. Now it's on my left. Now it's on my right. I just practiced 10 push through shuffles, but I did it in the amount of time it would have taken you to do 2 push through shuffles if you were doing the whole thing. I'm only focused on the hard part, the part that actually takes a lot of time. And I just increased my practice time, by a factor of 4 or 5 probably, because I got rid of the parts that I don't have any trouble with. If you get rid of the parts that you don't have any trouble with, which is the actual removal of the cards and the actual riffling of the cards, most of the time, this is a really good way to load in a bunch of practice attempts on push-through shuffles. Doesn't work quite as well with strip-out shuffles, because those of you that don't know, a strip-out shuffle comes out the same side. So you would do this, square up, and then the face-up half is still on the side that it started on. So it's not quite as good for that. But just this idea of focusing on the hard part of the push-through and doing that dozens and dozens and dozens of times, but in a very small amount of time, is been super helpful for me. And the other thing that I wanted to pass on about this,
there's a question from Jacob Jacks. Do you have any tips for how to recover if you do a push through that isn't perfect?
And the answer is no, actually, I don't. I've lost many push through shuffles where I really wasn't sure what I lost, but I knew something went wrong. And sometimes it's unrecoverable, especially if you're trying to do something that's got a full deck stack or something like that. Now, if you're using a push through shuffle to maintain a half stack, you might still be able to recover from that. But I will show you something along those lines, something I've done for years, which is I practice much more difficult push throughs than I need. So I'll give you an example. Half and half. Shuffle these cards, and I'm going to try to get this down to the width of the, basically the width of the white border. And I can still get in there and get them out. Okay, I'll try it again. I'll see if I can push it even tighter. And I will eventually miss one, but let's see what we can do here. So I don't know if the camera can see that, but that's what I've got. All right, and if I go for them, I'm still going to get them out. Understand something. This is not my working push through shuffle. I would never try to be this tight in a real show or where the success of this shuffle mattered. You can do the same thing with strip out shuffles, by the way. You can try to get it in there nice and tight and then still get in there and get all those cards out. The reason I do this is so that when I'm doing the real thing, if I'm doing a real push through shuffle and I aimed for this, which is more of a working brief for my push through shuffle, I aimed for this, but I accidentally went a little tighter than I meant to, and I wind up here, I'm not going to panic. Even though I made a mistake that I'm aware of, the audience isn't aware of it, and I know that I can still get in there, strip those cards out, and not miss any because I experiment in that very, very tiny push-through margin space. And so I highly recommend that you try shuffles that you think are much tighter than you can handle, so that if you ever accidentally go a little bit too far, you won't panic either. And as you can see, that works for both strip out shuffles and push through shuffles. No, this is not a stripper deck, even though I did a stripper deck talk at Magic.
Hey, Jason.
Yes.
Jason, on those lines, Fabian Moreno wants to know, can you discuss airing the deck to minimize binding?
Well, I don't do that as much as I used to because of this whole idea of taking 2/3 and shuffling 1/3 in. That kind of takes the place of it. I still give the cards a little squeeze, but that's actually more habit than functional. There was a time when I used to kind of do this sort of airing process, and it actually mattered to the strip out. But since I've moved to this sort of 2/3, 1/3 format for most of my strip outs, you'll still see me do this. But again, it's at this point, it's just sort of habit. It's a comfortable thing for me, but I don't know that it's actually helping as much as it used to help because of this, like I said, because of this idea of making the shuffle so that you just don't have that much friction to overcome in the first place. I hope that helps answer the question. And so far I haven't missed one, which means I'm not going small enough.
Jason,
Yes.
two things. One is that, if you shuffle that larger packet into the smaller packet, I think Charlie Miller used to do that, which gives you even less friction, just because it creates more little blocks in there. But
Yeah.
also, the thing I wanted you didn't point out, that practice routine that you're doing where you're going from one side to the other, doesn't that help so that you can basically shuffle the packet on either side that's going to go through and get stripped out? In other words, you can do it on both sides, so it starts on the left and ends up on the right, but you can also shuffle it so it starts on the right and ends up on the left.
Yeah,
It
it absolutely helps with that. And you know what's funny is I never even thought about that. It's because I happen to like false shuffles as you do so much that I've got facility with lots of them. That never even occurred to me that it is also helping that. But yes, I sometimes cut the top half to the right before I'm going to do a false shuffle like this, for instance. Other times I cut the top half to the left before I'm going to do a false shuffle and end with that type of cut. And as you can see, we get to the same place with either one, but you're absolutely right, Paul, that back and forth little practice protocol helps you get comfortable with either one of those shuffles because you practice going in both directions so frequently. So yeah, good point. Never even thought about it. All right, any other specific questions? We'll try to talk about a couple of tricks here. Actually, I wanted to comment on one more thing that I spoke of earlier, and then I'll get to a cool trick that you guys will be able to do, a couple of them. The first thing is that I combine false shuffles, push through and strip out false shuffles with
Jason?
Yes.
One small interruption. I just want to remind everybody, we do have the chat working now and the Q&A. So please reserve your questions for the Q&A button down at the bottom. And the chat is just comments and so forth. But if you have specific questions, put them in the Q&A. That's what we're monitoring. Thank you.
Awesome. Great. I combine zero shuffles and push through shuffles with a breather crimp, specifically a reverse breather crimp, which for those of you, I know we got some people that might be new to Magic in here today. For those of you that don't know, a reverse breather crimp is a card that cuts to the bottom of the face down deck. And it's done simply by pressing your thumb and fingers into the back of a card and squeezing towards the corners. And you get this nice little sort of X pressed in bas-relief pattern there that if you do this right, you can actually get the card. It's not going to spin on my phone. We'll see if I can spin it here. If you do it right, the card will spin like a top when it's face down like that. That tells you that the center of this playing card is a little bit further down, a little bit deeper than the outer edges. What that enables you to do is to cut that card to the bottom of the deck anytime you want. And all you have to know is its approximate location. So this tool, this bottom cutting breather, is incredibly useful for all sorts of things involving tabled riffle shuffles and faking tabled riffle shuffles. So one of the things I do all the time is I'll get a couple of cards out here to represent just a little slug of cards, just a small group of cards we're trying to keep track of. Okay, so there's 4 kings. A lot of people would come out and maybe do a complete push through shuffle. Okay, something like this to control those 4 kings. And it works. I mean, there they are. You did a shuffle and a cut, and there's your 4 kings, and that works. The problem is that's an awful lot of work just for those 4 cards. Zero shuffles are generally considered to be a little easier. So why not do something like this? Why not do a shuffle where you just add a card onto the kings, do that twice? Those were easy shuffles. Almost anyone could do that within a couple of days practice. All I was doing is just adding 2 random cards on top of those 4 kings, which are still right there. So far, those have been essentially legitimate shuffles. They're not, because I am controlling a small feature, but those are essentially legitimate shuffles. And I still have that breather crimp on the bottom. So to end this whole sequence, I'm just going to zero underneath those 2 cards that I added there. And then you get this really pretty, nice, clean cut that looks like a real cut. I mean, you actually transpose the package, but of course it's not a real cut because it was a controlled ending and not a randomizer like a real cut. But that looks so much better, I think, than doing 2 complete push-through shuffles with all the difficulties that come with that. So again, drop a card on top, drop a card on top, end with this sort of zero type sequence and a nice pretty cut. And you're at a terrific starting point. You've got your kings or your aces or your stack or whatever you need up and ready to go. So don't be afraid to combine those tools. Combining full deck fall shuffles and zero shuffles is also something I do. That's a crimped card. I'm going to get it out of the way. So here's a deck in new deck order, just to give you an idea. And I'll have to think about this for a second, make sure I get my sequencing right. But there's a push through shuffle that then turns into a zero shuffle and another zero shuffle. So a 3 shuffle sequence, and I lost 1 card somewhere in there, but that's all right. If I hadn't lost that 1 card, you can see a 3 shuffle sequence that still maintains essentially new deck order. I think I lost another card, but this is from earlier when I just set them up.
Hey, Jason,
Yeah.
a couple more questions.
Okay.
What's your preferred sequence following the PT? I guess he means push through, or do you mainly end with a cut?
I don't really have a favorite sequence. I'm kind of all over the place with that because I do so many different types of things. Sometimes I'm only trying to control a small group of cards, but for whatever reason that week I've been practicing a certain type of shuffle, and so that's what's sort of in my head at the moment. I guess if when it's all said and done, I do just sort of like sort of straightforward sequences like that, you know, and all that was top half to the left, push through, bring it out and slap it on top.
Also, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, but that's often an ending sequence. I may have done a couple of zero shuffles before that, because I might want to shuffle more than just once and end with that cut. So this cutting action has a nice sense of finality to it. But if I wanted to shuffle more than once, I may have to, mix and match sequences to make sure that I can end on that nice final seeming cutting action like so, but have done more than one riffle.
One of the many Michael Closes has asked, can Jason go over the mechanics of the push through? I don't know if you've done that, but.
So yeah, sort of. I mean, this is it's another 8-hour Zoom lesson on its own, but I'll do this for those of you that have no idea what's going on. So the idea of a push through shuffle is that these two halves, the face up half and the face down half, and again, face up is just used as a way for you to see what's going on here. These two halves are actually pushed around each other like that. Okay, I did that just then with sort of both halves moving, and they're kind of doing this, as you can see, but it can also be done, so one more time, both halves are sort of moving. It can also be done with one half essentially completely still. So if I do it like this, kind of only that face up half moved. And what you can't see under my finger here is that I have engaged the edge or the corner of that face up half a little bit. And then if I were to square those, it's hard to see, but there they are. Yeah, doesn't look like I would have missed any. So still got them all. So there's two ways to do it. You can move both halves a little bit, or you can move one half like that and square up, and it pops out the other half like this. So that's what's happening. As far as how it's happening, I would refer you either to something like Expert Card Technique, which was written by Gene Hugard and Frederick Browley, published in 1940. It's got some fantastic descriptions of false shuffles in there. I would tell you to watch the Steve Forte DVDs. They're not teaching tools per se, but they give you a model of what you should be aiming for. Richard Turner's video, The Cheat, which he was originally 2 VHS tapes in the 90s, now probably available as a download somewhere. Again, not teaching tools per se, but you get to see what is supposed to be happening. And I learned a ton from all of those sources. The Expert at the Card Table doesn't really mention the push-through shuffle, or it doesn't really teach the push-through shuffle. It is actually mentioned in the book, but Erdnase says it's rarely needed. And so Expert Card Technique, I think, is probably the best place to look for that.
Another question.
Yeah.
Do you have any drills or tips to help make all your different false shuffles look identical to your real shuffles? Or is it a matter of adjusting your real shuffle to match the false, or a combination of both?
It's a great question. And I think
your own question, but.
Yeah, well, so first of all, it's a great question. So I see people all the time that criticize the zero shuffle. And they say, the zero shuffle, looks like you're stuffing a turkey. It looks weird that your regular shuffle doesn't look like that. And you know what? I agree that when it's not done perfectly, you can spot the zero shuffle. You can see it from a mile away. But I would say the same thing about any shuffle. I can see your push through shuffle. I don't care who you are. I'm sorry. I can just see it. I've been fooled by them before, but and you may get a shuffle past me that only controls a small slug of cards that I can't see. But I don't think there's anybody on the planet that can do a push through shuffle that I can't spot if I'm seated across the table from them, under good lighting. So does that mean we've got to throw that one away too? No, of course not. It just means that once these moves become a lot more visible. I can assure you, I have done zero shuffles for regular people for 30 something years, and they don't know, they don't see it. In their mind, when you do this, that shuffle's over. They cannot conceive of any possible way that you could recover from this. And so even though we as magicians, we see that part of the movement, we see the unweaving, undercover and all that, even though we see that, they don't, I promise you. That said, you can certainly do some things to make your shuffles lean a little bit more Zarrow-like. So for instance, if I did this a couple of times, these are all real shuffles, but I bet you that last Zarrow would have likely gotten past you a little bit better, because it did look like those other shuffles. It did look like the shuffles that came before it. So there's a little bit of a pushing action that I don't need, but I need it for the Zarrow. So I'll sneak a little bit of it in here. There's a little bit of this, I'm struggling with the squaring. I'm not really struggling with the squaring. I can, square the cards in one motion if I need to, but there's a little bit of, sort of fake struggle with the squaring action. And all of that is just designed to condition the audience's eyes for when we do the real thing. And now they're much closer. So yes, I do believe in adding some of that stuff if you think it helps. And of course, I can't tell for sure if it would help without without actually looking at your shuffle. But if you think it helps, absolutely add some of that. Any other questions? I hear dinging.
Hey, Jason, it's Paul.
Yeah.
So this idea, I think that you just talked about, is really important for everybody when we talk about how things look when you are familiar with the action, not just educated in the eye, but when you can actually do it, right? So there's this thing where, because you can do it, you can see it immediately. You can feel everything that's happening. I think that a really good example of that is, I think one of the great modern shuffles is Derek's shuffle, the truffle shuffle.
Yep.
That's one of those things. I remember Derek showing it to me. I remember seeing it, one of the first people to see it, and it looked fantastic. But once I learned it, my eyes followed the movements. And I think that when people ask questions, especially when they're trying to learn these things, it's really important to let them know that the way we see things is the same as when a musician hears something that they can play, right?
Yes.
Great. Okay, we answered our question in the question.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. Yeah, I mean, your eyes can become educated. It's that simple. Those of you fortunate enough to have sat with Steve Forte probably remember the first time that happened. And you remember that everything fooled you. Every single thing fooled you. And your head was going to explode. Then if you've been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time with him, you start to pick up on even his, superlative technique. You start to pick up on little things, and something that fooled you for the first 6 months no longer fools you, although something else still might, because the guy's, this, seemingly, endless supply of knowledge and technique. But even with someone at his level, I think he's, probably arguably the greatest card handler of the last 50 years. Even at his level, you can start to educate your eyes a little bit. And so that's inevitable on some level. But yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point, Paul. All right, so let's talk about a card trick. I'm going to start off with one that is not self-working, but it does illustrate some of the points we've been talking about here. So let's see here. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove a low pair and a crappy kicker. So here's a pair of 8s right there. And a medium kicker. Pair of 8s and a medium kicker. Believe it or not, a medium pair is all you need in poker all night long. That's all you need. If you can get a decent kicker, all the better, but even a medium kicker like this will work fine. So watch this: 8 of clubs, 8 of diamonds, 6 of hearts. That's all I care about. And I'm going to shuffle one time like so. And I'm going to just deal back and forth in a game of head-to-head poker here. Don't know if I'm going out of frame with these cards, but my hand is the hand that matters. I don't care about those. All I care about is my 8 of clubs, my 8 of diamonds, and my 6 of heart kicker. This will get the money all night long. If you do this, invariably, your spectator is going to reach for their hand and turn it over and show you something. I got a pair of 8s. They got a pair of aces. I actually tried to set this up so it was more than a pair of aces. It should have been 3 aces, but this will still work because their aces beats your pair of 8s. And then you reach over and so, yeah, you know what it does, but it doesn't beat my full house. And you reveal a full house. So again, that should have been 3 aces. I just screwed up something in the setup. But I'll walk you through this. It uses all the things we've just been talking about. I had 3 aces sitting underneath a crimped card on the bottom of the deck. And I did some real shuffles, like so. And then I ended with a zero shuffle under an unknown number of cards. I have no idea how many cards I just zeroed under, but I used that block for cover to place those aces, those 3 aces, in the middle of the deck, okay, like so. And then the very last shuffle, I just zero under 1. That's it. That's all you got to do, zero under 1. So here's the situation. Got an ace up top. I've got 2 aces under a crimped card in the middle of the deck. What I do is I look at the 3rd and 5th cards from the top. And I decide I'm going to remove 2 of one and 1 of the other. So in this case, I would probably say, I'm going to remove, oh, here's a good one. A jack of diamonds and a jack of hearts. That's a pretty good pair. Let's see, let me get a low kicker and I remove another 4. Jack of diamonds, jack of hearts, and a low kicker like a 4 clubs, it doesn't matter. And I talk about how getting a pair all night long is more than enough to win at poker, which believe it or not is true for the most part. And I drop these on top. Then I cut at that breather crimp that cuts to the bottom and I shuffle under 2 cards. Those 2 cards are those 2 aces that were under that breather crimp a moment ago. And so now this is your situation. Ace, ace, jack, jack, 4, a 3rd ace for the spectator, and then a 4 and a jack that are going to come to you. All right. The only thing we have to do is a little bit of false dealing here. So the first card goes to the spectator off the top. Then you deal a 2nd to yourself. And then a top to the spectator, a top to yourself, a 2nd to the spectator. So you've dealt 2 seconds up to this point, and all the other cards come off the top fairly, like so. Push those out of the way and say, I don't care about those. The only thing I was trying to keep track of is my pair of jacks and a halfway decent, and a low kicker. And you pause like this was the end of it. And then they will always reach for their hand and typically proudly show you that they, just lucky beat you with 3 aces. And you go, oh, 3 aces? Huh, that beats a pair of jacks, doesn't it? You know what? Also beats 2 pair. It doesn't beat a full house. And you win. So that one's not self-working. Does anybody have any questions about that before we move on to 2 quick self-working ones? No? Michael Close said that was great, but I don't know who said that. Is that the real Michael Close or?
No, probably not.
Probably.
There's several questions, but they have nothing to do with the trick. But do you want to field these before we go to the trick? Or do you want to do the trick and talk questions at the end?
That's a good question. I don't know. You glance through questions because I'm not looking at the Q&A. I can only see the chat. If you see a great question, let me know.
There's two questions relating to what you just did.
Yeah, we'll do
repeat
related questions.
Could you repeat the false stealing sequence? And the other question is, what was that stack setup again?
Of course.
That'll be in the recording, but yeah.
Yeah, it'll be, yeah. So the stack setup is very simple. It's just 3 aces under a breather. Okay. Now you'll notice that other ace is above the breather. I put it there on purpose because I don't want it to accidentally show up in the spectator's hand, because that would give him 4 aces, which is going to beat anything you've set up for yourself. And that has happened to me, believe it or not. It actually didn't happen with 4 aces. I actually dealt a guy a pat straight flush once, and he turned it over, and nobody was more surprised than me, I can assure you. So this is really the only setup. 3 aces under a breather, and get that 4th ace just above the breather so it's out of the way and won't interfere. All of this is real shuffles. That's what's so great about this. They're real in the sense that I'm really riffling, I'm really burying the top half each time. But of course, I'm protecting these cards on the bottom. So these have not moved. Those are still our aces and that breather crimp right there. And then at some point, I centralize that breather, which I just did using sort of an up the ladder sequence. And then I zero under 1, cut to the breather and zero under 1. So here is what I ribbon spread for the audience. An ace on top, 2 aces at center underneath the breather, which is right there. Okay. And then I look at 3 and 5. So I'm going to pull out a pair of 9s and a 3 kicker, or a pair of 3s and a 9 kicker. Doesn't matter. Probably go with a pair of 3s. So I might say something like, oh, here's a 3 right here. That's good. Oh, here's one on the bottom. That's perfect. Now let's just get sort of a crappy kicker. Oh, here, that 9 of diamonds will work great. Okay, so a pair of 3s, a low pair, and, you know, the kicker almost doesn't even matter. A 9 will work for this. Set them on top, cut to the breather, shuffle those 2 cards, which are 2 aces, onto that group. Doesn't even have to be a 0. You just have to shuffle those 2 onto that group of cards and not get any other cards accidentally mixed up. And then the shuffle sequence is the first card is going to the spectator. That's a legit. Then you deal a second to yourself. So on 2, you deal a second. 3 is normal. 4 is normal. 5, you deal a second to the spectator. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all normal. So it's 2 and 5 that you deal those seconds on. All right. Push those 2 out of the way. Say, this is all I cared about. Let them reach up here. Hope they don't have a full house. That has happened to me before. I now check. I know where these 2 cards are coming from in that upper section when I ribbon spread. I just check to make sure they're not a pair. Otherwise, they're going to get a full house. And you go, oh, 3 aces. That beats a pair of 3s, doesn't it? It also beats 2 pair. You know what it doesn't beat? It doesn't beat a full house. So anyway, that's the setup one more time. Was there another question in there, David?
No, continue, because you only have 10 minutes left before the top of the hour. We don't want to cut into Mac's time because he's got a show today, I think.
No, absolutely. So real quick, I have set these up ahead of time. Since we're talking about false shuffles, we usually false shuffle to maintain something. So there's a stack here, and I'm going to do something like this, which now you recognize because we just got finished talking about it. Nice little shuffle sequence, and you do a cut. Let me just double check, make sure I did everything okay here. Yeah, everything I think looks good there. All right, so this is a wonderful little trick. I've known about it for years. I've only started doing it the last couple of years, but it's great. So I talk about how in the old days, back in the 1800s, poker was actually played with a 20-card deck, believe it or not. And that's true. And there was no draw. So you could only play with 4 people. Everybody got 5 cards. There was no draw. There were no face-up exposed cards that gave you some information. It's just everyone got 5 cards, turn them over, let's see who wins. You know, there was one betting round, turn them over, let's see who wins. And it very quickly evolved because that is a pure gambling game. You don't have any choices. You don't make any decisions. It's a pure gambling game. Whoever got the best cards wins, right? Which is actually kind of boring. So then poker evolved to everyone still got 5 cards, but now there's a draw. So 2 betting rounds. When you initially look at your cards, you can bet, and then people could fold if they wanted. And then there's a draw where you get more cards. And another betting round. So we've doubled the number of betting rounds, and now there's a little bit of information to work with. It's how many cards did he draw? Well, if he drew 4, he needs to get lucky. But if he only drew 1 card, maybe he's drawing to a straight or a flush or something like that. And so there's information to work with there. And then, best of all, a few years later, the game of stud was developed, and that's where some of the cards are face up. 5-card stud, it's 1 down and 4 up. That's a tremendous amount of exposed information. So you really had to know what you were doing. 7-card stud, you've got 2 down, 4 up, 1 down. So more than half the cards are exposed, but some of them aren't exposed. In Hold'em, you've got 2 secret cards, but then there's a board, a 5 face-up cards. So again, a mixture of exposed information and concealed information is where poker really shines. So here, we're just going to use 10 cards. And you give them to the spectator, and you tell them to cut the packet anywhere they want. And then you tell them to take 3 cards, the top 3 cards, and turn them as a group face up, and then cut the packet, okay, anywhere they want. And now they can repeat that if they want. They can take the top 3 cards face up, or they can deal the cards onto the table, turn them all face up, and put them back on top, or they could put them on the bottom. Doesn't matter. Either way you want to go. Now they can cut again and repeat that process. So take 3 cards, turn them up, cut the packet. Deal 3 if you want, turn them all over, put them on top or bottom. It doesn't matter what you want to do. They can do this as long as they want, okay? And at some point you say, all right, if you're happy, deal them, all right? And so they deal like this. Oh, wow. Look at that. They dealt themselves a flush. It's a flush to the ace. That's fantastic. A flush beats 2 pair. Unbelievable. But you know what it doesn't beat? A full house. I don't know who's cheating who here. So this is a self-working little poker trick that uses just 10 cards in a stack. Here's the stack. You take a full house and you take a straight. Make sure it's not a straight flush. And you wind them together like this. So that's the starting order, but it doesn't really matter which cards start where. And then the beauty of it is that all of this just works. By the way, this is called Automatic Poker, and it's in Jim Steinmeier's first Impossibilities book. So in volume 1, 2002, I think. Great little trick. And the way it works is, of course, turning 3 cards over like this, or dealing them down and turning them over, puts you in the same position, okay? It doesn't matter. These are still the 2 cards you would get if you were dealt. They would have been like this if you had just turned them over like that, but it doesn't matter. You're still going to get the same cards. Spectator's still going to get that card if the spectator were just to start dealing from now. So all of this process, this cut anywhere, turn 3 over as a group, cut anywhere, turn 3 over as a group, cut anywhere, deal 3, turn them over as a group, put them on top, put them on bottom. None of that matters. What matters is after they do this sequence a couple of times, all you have to do is make sure that they end on a face-up card, okay? So as they're doing this sequence, they end on a face-up card. If it's one of the flush cards, you deal, because you take the packet after they've done all that and you deal them out. If they end on one of the non-flush cards, by the way, that King of Hearts right there, I saw it as it was being turned over. You could end on that too, right? So I know that's a king. They ended on a king, which is one of my cards, so I let them deal. And when they deal these out, you're going to get the full house no matter what. And again, they just got lucky. This is pure luck that all of their cards were dealt face up. But if some of them are face down, you know, it could have come out like this. If some of them are face down, you just say, "Wow, you're looking like you got a oh wow, you got a flush. That's unbelievable. Are you cheating me? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were cheating me. Actually, I do know better because I've been cheating you. The full house beats your flush." So that's Automatic Poker by Jim Steinmeier. A great little trick that requires very little in terms of setup. Sometimes I'll do this trick and I didn't even know I was going to be doing it. I just happened to spread the cards and I glance down and I see a good hand just sitting there. Like, look at this. 4, 4, 5, 5, 7. That's a halfway decent poker hand. I might just take that and run with it. And then all I've got to do is call an even better hand than that, you know, like a full house or something, and I'm off to the races. And I'll do the trick, right in the middle of another series of things. So wonderful little trick. And one other trick that I didn't have time to get to, but most of you should be able to track down, is if you have Di Vernon's Select Secrets book, which is this book right here. This is the place where topping. Oh, sorry. This is the place where topping the deck first appeared. Probably the single best technique for palming a single card off the top of the deck is the very first item in Select Secrets. But another great little trick, sort of like Automatic Poker, is Vernon's Automatic Gambler. Once you set it up, it just works itself, and it's fantastic. You throw a couple of false shuffles in between the sequences of Vernon's Automatic Gambler, you've got yourself something, I promise you. All right. Any last questions before we move on to the next person?
Should we go for a strike second or a push off?
I prefer the strike second, although I think I did a push off second during that routine just because I felt like it.
Does that first trick you have did have a name?
It doesn't. It's based on something that's in something in print by Ed Marlowe somewhere. I've been doing it forever, and it doesn't really have a name because it's just my version of some Marlowe thing. I'll see if I can find it and drop it into the chat.
I'm just gonna put it out there. Some people said, "Oh, could you do that again, or could you go through that sequence again?" I think that we're not going to do that throughout the day, and that's why we record it, to save time.
Yeah.
Because it takes 3 minutes to explain something and another 3 to do it again. If you didn't catch it the first time, there will be a recording. So try to resist asking to somebody to repeat something so they can. Yeah. We all are going to have limited time. I know we're going to be here for 8 hours, but each person has limited time, and I know everybody has a whole lot they want to talk about. Thank you so much for that.
Yep.
Awesome. I think we should. Normally we're going to take a little break now. Why don't we take about a 5-minute break? And then we're going to bring Matt King in. Everybody can go get a cup of coffee, go take your grandmother to the hospital, and, whatever you need to do. And we'll see you back here in 5. Does that sound like a plan?
Thank you, Jason England.
I'm going to scroll through some questions and maybe drop a few answers directly to people if they ask a question that I can't answer quickly.
Jason will jump in the chat now.
All right.
Great.
Appreciate it.
See you all in 5.
Yep.
I'm going to update some numbers here. We're just without auctions because those will be open for a while. Without auctions, we have raised $14,728. So thank you all for that. And again, we will do our best to make sure you see where that money goes and how many dogs they help and cats and rabbits and whatever we can find. We will we'll take care of as many as we can. Thank you again.
All righty then. Let me look at some chat stuff.
Everybody's mic is on, so just so you know.
Yep. That Matt King laughing.
Yeah, I'm laughing. Is that our countdown for a break?
Yeah, but we'll probably cut it a little short.
It says 10 minutes, but we're really going to do about 5. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know how to change my countdown.
All right, all Michael Closes be back in 5 minutes when the countdown gets to 5 minutes.
David, there's a question. Michael Close has a question. How do we? It's actually from Richard Hatch. Hi, Richard. Got a great Richard Hatch story for you, but can't share it on here. How do they bid on auction items? They can see them, but there's not a bidding option. I had that initial problem earlier, but on my phone it works fine. So maybe
There is a bidding button. If you go to the, don't go to the blog. There's a thing called Latest where you can look at the items, but to actually bid in the auction, you have to go to jackofhearts.online/auction. That's where the auction page is. So don't go to the latest news page. That just kind of is our blog where we introduce the auction items. And don't bid in a few people went there and bid in the comments. Don't do that. Actually go to the auction page, and it's jackofhearts.online/auction. Thank you. And Todd Duff just put it in the chat there if you want to click on the link. Thanks, Todd. Yeah, and if you're late, and just jump into the auction page. It's going to go until 8:45, so you have all day to bid.
Are we going?
You should go, Mac.
Yeah. I think I tried to turn on my camera, but it won't let me. Willie, you got to turn my camera on.
I do?
It's what it said. It says because the host has your video off. I tried to turn on myself.
Oh, interesting. All right, let me find you here. Matt King.
Let's see if I can do it now. It says unable to start video. You can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
How about
Okay,
that?
now yep, good.
Okay, everybody, Matt King.
Oh, howdy, good afternoon or morning. It's morning here. And I am Matt King, and I'm going to start off with a magic trick. I have a volunteer from the audience. Here's my son, Nick DeFott. You're in my house right over here on this side. Hi, Nick. Here, take one out of there. Are we in front? Yeah, we're good. And sign your name right across that card. We'll be auctioning off Nick DeFott autograph later. I'll take this and show the camera, Nick. Don't let me see. I'll take it. So there's Nick's card. Is it a black card?
Yep.
It is. Here, shuffle them up if you'd like. Take your time, Nick. I'm going to show you something. In my shoe, there's one card. My hand is empty. One card is in my shoe. And it's the 3 of spades, your signature. So, this involves a lot of pre-show. You got to get Nick to sign 2 cards. No. So you have somebody select a card. You need a couple of things. You need a shoe that will come off easily. You need a deck of cards and somebody to sign a card. That's kind of it. Here's what happens. They sign a card. You take it from their hand. And then you do that little gag where you peek at the card and then you announce the color of the card. Is it a black card? And on that little joke, you do what I affectionately call the Mac King palm. And here's what that looks like from your side. And I have that card here. I call it affectionately the Mac King palm, but it turns out before I was born, Ed Marlowe predicted this palm and called it the direct palm. But I did it. I thought I invented it. So from the back, here's what it looks like. I'm going to come in a little closer so you can see. You're just putting that card directly into your palm under the deck. So you make your little joke, and then this corner of the card hits your pinky here, and the whole thing goes in there. So from the front, it looks like that. Looks like you're inserting the card into the back of the deck, and your hand comes away with the card. From the back, your thing, it zoom right into your palm. So the person's, come back, Nick. So the person's standing on your right, so you can hand the deck to them, and you have the card here. And now both hands come to pull up your pant leg. This hand has a card in it. And if you just pull up with one hand, it's a little weird. But if you pull up with both hands and they see this hand empty, kind of they assume the other hand is empty. So you pull up your pant leg, then you reach down with the card that has the palm, the hand that has the card palmed in it. And I'm a little bit out of frame there, but I am grasping this shoe with the card, with my hand here, so that the card is hidden. So when I take my shoe off, I come up, keeping the mouth of the shoe away from the audience, show my hand empty. I even actually say my hand is empty. Inside my shoe, I have one card. And I'm withdrawing that card from behind my shoe. So these 3 fingers enter the shoe, but my index finger and thumb go behind the shoe, grab the edge of that card in my palm, pull it out, and flick it against the near edge, the edge of the shoe that's nearest the audience. So it looks like that card is coming right out of the shoe. Then you show that card. So a couple of things about this. You don't have to use the Marlowe Mac King palm, but you do want to use the palm that ends up with the card face against your palm, so that when it comes out of the shoe, it comes out back out. Because if you had just done like a top palm or something where the card was back against your palm, then the card comes out of the shoe facing the audience. It's not as strong, I think, to do that. You get that thing in the audience's head where of course, there's a card in the shoe. I want to see how he switches this for that selected card. That can't be that signed card. That cannot be that same card. and then no moves, no nothing. That's the card. So one other thing, you got the deck. So that makes this, so this is completely impromptu as long as you can take your shoe off. To make it slightly less impromptu, you can start with a card in your shoe, inside your shoe, just back showing inside your shoe, so that when you take your shoe off, you can immediately show a card in there. Then that card comes out and it's the thing. So that, and then you just put your shoe back on with the card back in. You're immediately reset for the next table. So I think that's good. Any questions show up in there, Davey?
I have a question. Hey, this is Lance Burton. And
Oh, crap.
yes,
What's your-
my question
Wait,
is,
Lance who?
are
Lance
you
who?
my my question is are you just going to teach card tricks, or are you going to teach any real magic?
David, is there a
Okay.
way to mute some of these participants?
He told me to say that, by the way, everybody.
Hi,
Do you
Lance.
mind? Do you mind if I teach a trick?
No, that's because I only had one trick for my
Oh,
entire hour, so that's
okay.
great. If you could
All right,
fill up a little
good.
time, that'd
I'm
be
gonna move-
fantastic.
I'm gonna move the laptop back a little bit. So everybody, and the reason I am teaching this trick on Mac King's segment is Mac is involved in this trick, and you will see later. So thank you for inviting me, Mac, and giving me that joke to interrupt you. I
hope people laughed. We'll see.
I hope
Maybe they
so,
just thought
yeah.
you were an asshole.
Yeah, that was what I was going for. So I'm speaking to you all from Adair County, Kentucky. I'm here on the farm that belonged to my grandfather and where my dad grew up. And this trick involves my grandfather. Here's a picture of my grandfather. This is Taylor Burton and his wife Alvy, my grandfather and grandmother. And my grandfather was as a young man lived through the recession, the Great Depression. So he had a very funny way of handling his money. And this trick I'm going to teach you now is all it uses is a silver dollar. And my grandfather did not trust banks. So whenever he got some money, he didn't put it in the bank. He had a different procedure. He just took his handkerchief, and this is just an ordinary handkerchief. He would place it over his hand, and whenever he got some money, he would place it there in the hanky, and he would just close his fist over it, and he would keep it there, and he would keep his fist really tight on the money. And you could pull on the hanky all day long, but that money was not going to come out because he had a really tight grip. It would never disappear. When he went back to get it later on, of course, the money.
Well, apparently, the internet in Adair County, Kentucky is not great.
That's his grandfather's Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Was always. Can you hear me, Mac?
Yeah, I can hear you. You went completely away. You froze up, and after the coin appeared back in the bandana, you went completely away.
You saw the first, but I'm back now.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I know that's weird. I'll do it again just in case. I apologize for that glitch. Yeah, I live out in a rural area. So the idea was he would put the money in the hanky. He closes it. Now you saw me put the coin there. You know it's there. You know there's no way it can disappear. You saw it with your own eyes. I can tug on it. If we were actually here in person, I would have you tug on the handkerchief. But since this is a computer, I'll just pretend you're tugging. There's no way it could disappear. Whenever he went back to get it, of course, the coin was, isn't that weird? The coin was always there. Of course, now he wasn't a magician. I grew up to become a magician. So when I do it, I put the coin in the hanky and the coin does disappear. And oh, wait, it's right there behind your ear. And of course, my grandfather, whenever he got some extra money, he would go down to town and buy himself a drink. Cheers, everybody. Okay, so listen, that's that's the trick. Now, there's a lot of variations on this. Let me teach you the basic move that this trick involves. So it's very simple. All you need is one coin and a handkerchief. You can borrow the coin, you can borrow the handkerchief. There's no gimmicks, there's no extra coins. So this is it. You do this little thing where you tell the audience you're going to put the coin in the hand and you close your fist and you just take the coin out and pretend to put it in your pocket. And as you do, you just put it in classic palm position. So your hand comes out. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to shoot that coin from classic palm back into your left hand, which is empty. And just by tugging 1, 2, and on the third one, you let go and it shoots right in there. So without the handkerchief, it looks like this: 1, 2, and you just drop it into your hand. And it's really, really simple. And it's actually fun to do, and it's fun to practice in the mirror. So anyway, you pretend to put it, classic palm, tug, tug, and I just dropped it. Hold on, try it again. Classic palm, tug, tug, shoot it in. And that's all there is to it. So I'll tell you what happened. Mac was the demonstrator at Caulfield's Magic Shop when he was a senior in high school. Then he went off to college. Then I got the job as the demonstrator on my senior year of high school. And a guy comes into the shop one day and he does this trick for me with the coin and the handkerchief, and really fooled me. I had no idea how he was doing it. And he teaches me the trick. So I start playing around with it. Then I see Mac the next time he comes back to town, and I show it to Mac, and Mac says, "I know this trick. I do this trick." And I said, "Where did you learn it?" He says, "A guy came in when I was demonstrating at Caulfield's and taught it to me." So we were both doing the trick. We both did it for 40 years, and we never knew the name of it until COVID. I did a couple of lectures for magic clubs, and I told people, if you know the name of this trick, where it comes from, let me know. I finally tracked it down. The trick is called the appearing half. It was invented by a guy named Jimmy Buffalo, who I am told passed away in 2011. And it's in Bobo's Modern Coin Magic. So for 40 years.
Not. It is
yes,
not.
it is. It is in
It is
Bobo's
not.
Modern Coin Magic, the appearing half. And so for all those
That
years.
didn't look like Bobo. That looked like your handwriting. I don't think that was Bobo.
Oh yeah, no, I got that from
proof.
Bobo.
That's not proof. Go get
So
Bobo.
anyway, Mac and I are now. Let me get to the liquid production. So Mac and I are at Tombstone Junction when we're like 19, 20 years old. We're working at this theme park, and Mac is reading a Paul Harris book. And Mac, do you want to tell this part of the story?
So yeah, so he and I, Lance and I, did this trick many times. We like he said, we've been doing it for years and years. At that point, we've been doing it a couple of years. But so we back behind the fence at this amusement park, we shared a 2-bedroom house trailer, mobile home, luxury accommodations, and but at night we didn't have anything to do. So we would do tricks for each other, go looking for women or whatever. And so I start doing this money in the bank trick for Lance. And then after a couple of times it appears in the hanky, then I put the coin, here, I'll do it here. So then, you know what? I'm going to step off. I'll do the whole thing.
Okay. All right. So anyway, this is in one of Paul Harris's books, and it was a trick that Paul Harris wrote up, crediting seeing Gary Darwin do it in Las Vegas at the Darwin Magic Club. Of course, Mac and I had never been to Las Vegas. We had no idea who Gary Darwin was.
So anyway, I didn't have the right thing, but the idea would be, so I do the money in the bank thing where it appears, and then I say, okay, check this out. I got a new way to do it. And then I put the coin in the hanky and it disappears. And then I produce the coin. And as I get to this point, Lance goes, you're ruining this trick.
Yes.
You're ruining this great trick. And then what he didn't know is that when I went down behind my knee, I stole a mug of beer out of my back pocket under the handkerchief, and I produced that mug of beer and fooled him with that. And he's like, "Oh, that's amazing. That's a great ending for the trick."
Exactly.
So
and
that's from Gary Darwin.
And I can attest, when I moved to Las Vegas in the early 1980s, I saw Gary do that beer production many, many times at the Magic Club. And he would get a beer from the bar. He would drink about half of it, and then he would put it in his left back pocket. And he wore black polyester pants that fit pretty loose. So he would put it in his back pocket. He'd walk around, he'd walk up to people, and he'd do it all night long. But going back,
you just got to keep your ass hidden. You just got to keep your ass hidden.
Yes. Yeah. You could have a jacket, or I saw him do it without a jacket though.
Yeah. I've seen him do it without a jacket too. I've done it without a jacket. Yeah.
But what Mac and I did after we learned the trick, after he read about the drink production, when we were out performing close-up magic or at a party or a restaurant or anything, if Mac were doing the trick, I would stand by with the drink in my hand, and he would vanish the coin, and he would pull it behind somebody's ear, and I would just feed the drink to him. I'd stand beside him like I was watching the trick, and I would load the drink into his left hand, and he would produce
under the hanky.
Under the hanky. And if I was performing the trick, he would do the same thing. So then we fast forward maybe 10 years. I'm in Las Vegas. One night I'm at a party, and somebody says, "Hey, Lance, do a trick." So I had a handkerchief and I had a silver dollar. I start doing the trick. I didn't have an ending for it. But as I'm performing the trick, one of the people watching me was a friend of mine. And he was standing there, watching the trick and laughing and, reacting. And he had a beer bottle. He had a beer in his hand. And his name was Joe McAverna. He was the singer from the Folies Bergère. And so I just improvised it. I vanished the coin. I walked up to Joe. I pulled the coin out of his ear, and I just took the beer bottle out of his hand and stepped back to the rest of the group. And then I produced the beer, and everybody reacted, and they all started applauding. And I looked at Joe and said, "Oh, here, Joe, you drink beer, don't you? Here, have one on me." I give it back to him. Now he starts laughing because he realized, what had just happened. So I tell this to Mac. And now about a year later, Mac calls me, or we get together, and he says, "Oh, no, wait."
Yeah, no, I think that's right.
That was the second step.
Yeah.
There's so many variations of this. Mac came up with the one from the table. Tell the table one, Mac.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, hey, Nick, come sit. Are you? Yeah. So I would do this. This was something I did like when I was doing table magic, like walk around. So you put the coin in the handkerchief and it disappears. And then you go to the person at the table and you go, "What's that behind your ear?" And then you produce the coin from behind their ear, and then you produce the drink. And all you're doing is just taking their drink off the table in front of them. So it's covered for these people sitting here, and this guy, because you reach in front of his eyeballs to produce this coin, he can't see you take it either. And then you can produce the drink. And coincidentally, it's exactly the drink he would want.
So Mac.
So that's yeah.
Mac tells me this variation. I thought, "Oh, that's clever," and I start doing it. Then the thing happened where I just told you, where the guy was standing there with the beer. So I tell that to Mac about stealing the drink out of the guy's hand. Then Mac, a few months later, calls me and says, "Hey, I came up with another variation, and this is like the best one yet. Mac, show them this one."
So this one, the thing that Lance did, where you take the bottle out of your friend's hand is one thing. But if you're standing with a group of strangers, it is a different dynamic. So in order to do that production with strangers, here's what you do. You put the coin in the hanky, it disappears. And then you go to somebody who's holding a drink, a stranger, just somebody in the group, and you go up to them and you say, "Give me that." And they think you're talking about the coin. The audience thinks you're talking about the coin, but this guy knows that you're talking about the drink that you're tugging on in his hand, right? So he's holding this drink, and you give me that, and then you take the drink out of his hand, produce the coin, and then you produce the drink, and then here, you can have this. You're welcome. So I think that's the final variation, except sometimes when you do this, I found you run into trouble. The guy doesn't want to give you that drink. So what you do in that case is you put the coin in, it disappears. Now, by the way, this is an important point. You don't say, you don't produce the coin until you have that drink out of his hand. So you're going like this, give me that. And then you produce the coin after you have the drink safely under your control. So if he tries to hold on to that drink, what you do is you go to his ear and you say, "Give me that." And so Nick is trying to hold on to this. And so now what I do, this is out of frame, but I put my foot on his toe. And I push down and say one more time, looking in his eyes, "Give me that." And so now the point has gotten across. And then I produce the drink, and then I thank him. And so that's, I think, the evolution of that trick.
And if anybody comes up with any other further variations, let us know, because it's a great effect. And like I say, it can be done impromptu, and it's a great walk around trick. So,
and by the way, hey, look at this.
Yes.
So Nick went to my library, came back with Modern Coin Magic, JB Bobo. And look, right in here on this page, it says, appearing half, Jimmy Buffalo died 2011. So you're correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you can see it right in there, right in Bobo.
Nice.
It's really in there? I can't believe we never knew that. Holy crap. Yeah. You're right.
And I only found that out because of COVID and Zoom and doing lectures on Zoom. And hey,
amazing.
I really want to thank you, Mac, for inviting me to come on. And as you know, everybody, I'm a big animal lover. In fact, I've got my dog Rocky, who's sleeping right here on the couch next to me. And there's 4 or 5 cats around here, most of which—
You don't really know the number, do you? You don't really know the number.
I don't know the number. Most of them were actually born on Gary Darwin's back porch. So
wow. So that ties the whole thing together. The drink production from the back pocket and Gary Darwin's cat.
Some callbacks keep going for 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
great.
I know, Matt, are you doing a giveaway, Mac?
Yeah, I was going to do a giveaway. So I have a set of 4 posters. These are new Mac King show posters. And I think they're I sell them for 15. I don't sell them online. You can only get them on my show. So that, if you bought all 4 at the show, it would be $60. But we're going to, in the chat, whoever answers first, the question, how old was John Northern Hilliard when Greater Magic came out? That's a very complicated question, but that's my, so I'm seeing 21, 46. Oh, wait, no, somebody was there. Fabio Moreno was the first to say he was dead.
Oh,
so
it was a trick question.
It was a trick question.
It was a trick.
Yeah. So Fabio, make sure somebody has your mailing address, and I'll send you this set of posters. Did you have a giveaway too, Lance?
I have a giveaway too. I support people who are kind to animals and do animal rescues. So I have the 2025 Lance Burton Master Magician calendar. And it's got all the 12 months with photos. And here, there are some unpublished photos. And right here for the month of December, here is an old photo of the two of us back when we first were at Tombstone Junction. Probably that was that era. And
yeah, those were pictures that we had. And so that the reason there's a card, I'm picking my teeth with a card sword because we did an exchange. That was the first version of that exchange illusion with the card sword.
The sword fight. And this calendar also has Matt King's birthday. Right there.
And it says I'm a magician, which is good to know.
Yeah. And so the calendar, so anyway.
So how are you giving that away?
We're going to give that away to the person who answers the trivia question.
Which one? You got a same one as me?
Yes.
Or you got a different one?
Yes, same question.
Okay, good. All right.
So no, maybe we should have, do you have another trivia question? What was the one your backup question?
Did we have a backup question? No. All right. The first person who, here's a card. The first person who says this card.
I don't know if that's a good trivia question. How are they?
The people are logging in. I see it.
They're just guessing?
Yeah, they're just guessing.
They're just guessing a card?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
So there's no mentalists watching this, apparently.
Right, apparently not. Yeah.
You may have to give
All right, I'm going to give you a hint. It's the 6 of spades. Ah, somebody got it. Okay, good.
Hey. So if someone can send me an email with the person's address, name and address, and we'll mail that off to you, and you'll be the proud
Perfect.
of the 2024,
All right.
25. I'm sorry, Lance Burton calendar.
24 calendar is kind of useless at this moment.
Yeah, that's kind of
All
useless.
right.
This is 2025. You get the full use of it.
All right, great, perfect. Thank you, Lance. Lance Burton, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, everybody. Please be kind to animals. Thank you.
All right. So here's the scoop. I'm going to. I thought that I would talk about character. My plan was to talk about character in this as part of my little time. I wrote up a bunch of thoughts, and then I was going to just kind of ad lib, but there's some points I really want to make, and I'm not that great of an ad libber. Everything in my show seems ad lib, but it's really scripted. So I have a script. So you'll forgive me. This is only a few minutes, so you can endure it. But it's about character. And I believe that there is a certain perception among magicians that I'm portraying a character on stage. I don't believe this to be the case. I'm really trying to seem as genuine as I possibly can. But paradoxically, I do use some stagecraft trickery to aid me in that undertaking. I still have some hopefully subtle applause cues. I try to indirectly orchestrate the actions of audience members. I choose stage lighting and music to enhance and influence people's perception of me subconsciously. To me, that's one of the most interesting things about what I'm trying to do. How can I use these traditional showbiz tricks to enrich people's experience and still come across as a real person? Because if even one thing I do rings false, then it takes the audience out of the moment and reminds them that what they're seeing is a contrived, put together thing. I really want to give the people in my audience a gift. The gift of losing themselves in my little world of Mac King. I'm striving to make them so engaged in what I do that they don't pay attention to anything else. So I egotistically endeavor to offer this gift of engagement. I say egotistically because offering the gift of losing oneself completely is a mighty highfalutin ambition for a guy in a goofy plaid suit doing card tricks. And that brings me back to character. As I said, I don't believe that I portray a character, but I do have an underlying theme to my act. It's not the kind of theme that you come up with and build an act around like Marvin Roy and light bulbs. This theme isn't something that is ever articulated. In fact, I've almost never even said this theme aloud to anyone. When I first started performing, I didn't have this theme. It just sort of presented itself after I'd been working for a long time. In my mind, I express this theme as nice guys don't always finish last. This is what informs my show more than character. My character evolves during the show, but this unspoken theme remains constant and consistent. It's lurking under every action and every word. I say, whatever you do is part of your character, so do what you want. I've heard people proudly pronounce, oh, my character would never do that. But the thing is, if you do something, that something then becomes something that your character would do. It might be a big surprise to your audience that you would do such a thing, but that's probably good. You don't want them to know everything about you in the first few minutes of your show. Think about it in terms of a novel. A good novelist fleshes out a character that you believe you know. And then out of the blue, that character does something completely unexpected. If the novelist is at all skilled, your reaction as a reader might be, oh my, there's more to this person than I thought. You're more intrigued and interested to see what else this person might do. You're more engaged. A tiny example from my act. This is something that doesn't happen all the time, but is a bit that I kind of have ready when the situation arises. It typically occurs when I'm out amongst the audience and I've asked if there are any newlyweds present. No one responds. And then somebody says, it's my birthday. Without missing a beat and without even glancing in their direction, I abruptly say, I don't care. Why does that get such a huge laugh? I think it's because up until that point, there's been some sort of underlying kindness in every interaction I've had with the audience members. This unexpected meanness is a side of me that they haven't seen. Saying this doesn't mean that I've broken character. It just means I've added another nuance to my character. I can tease by being slightly nasty. Another example. This one happens every show. During the card routine in my act, I do a line that Eugene Berger always hated. After a woman's card has appeared in my fly a number of times, I tell her, don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to touch this card anymore. Then extending the card toward her, I say, smell it. I do this for at least 3 reasons. The giant laugh that it gets, the cover that giant laugh provides for a secret move, and it adds another dimension to the audience's understanding of who I am. Oh, they might think, he's not a complete innocent. There's more hidden under this hayseed naivety than I realized. I need to pay attention if I'm going to discover all the layers to this fellow. And I feel that the fact that there are layers to my persona to be revealed or discovered makes my show suitable for repeat viewings. My goal is to have a depth about me that belies the superficial simplicity on the surface. Of course, we're all much too complex to be able to get across every side of our personalities to our audiences. We have to edit. We must choose what aspects of us we want folks to see, which brings us back to the idea of using stagecraft and trickery. The way that I sprint onto the stage at the top of my show says something about me. What I'm wearing says something about who I am. The way I stand on stage says something about who I am. The way I toss props around says something about who I am. The way I interact with people says something about who I am. The music that plays before, during, and after my show says something about who I am. In a way, all these choices are fabrications designed by me to trick the audience into perceiving who I genuinely am. This notion is perhaps best articulated by one of my favorite authors, Michael Chabon, when he says, I would argue that artifice, this is Michael Chabon talking, he says, I would argue that artifice, openly expressed, is the only true authenticity an artist can lay claim to. So that's all I got to say about that. How are we doing on time? Want to do one more trick, Nick? Would you help me? It's a trick with a rope. Hold on to those for a second. Let's see. I'm going to teach you. Have you ever done the cut and restored rope? No. I believe it's in your book. Okay.
And I thought we were doing a bit.
So I'm going to teach you how to do the cut and restored rope. Here, let's kick this over just a little bit for you. Piece of rope. These are the ends. The middle's here. Take the scissors, Nick. Cut the rope right there in the middle. So we have two equal pieces of rope, and oh, not quite equal. They have to be equal. Let's start over. All right. We have a piece of rope. Maybe we even the ends up here. And now cut the rope down there. Set the scissors on the scissor chair. So we have two pieces of rope. I'm going to tie the two ends or two pieces together. So we have two pieces of rope tied together with a knot. Grab the scissors from the scissor chair, Nick. Wave them over the knot. Say the magic words. Whatever. The knot slides off and the ropes go back together. Now I'm going to teach you how to do that. Thank you. You're welcome. You're a very good pupil. Cut the rope there in the middle. Grab it. Set the scissors on the scissor chair. Here's half for you, half for me. Tug on the rope, show everybody it's really solid. And tie your two ends together. So you have like a circle of rope. Great. Now grab the scissors from the scissor chair and cut my rope here opposite the knot. Great. And do the same with yours, right opposite the knot. Yeah, be careful. Set the scissors on the scissor chair. Great. Now here, tug on your rope so that they see the knot is, oh, you did a better job with yours than I did with mine. I'm just going to make mine a little tighter. Give it a little. There we go. Now, grab the scissors from the scissor chair. Wave them over my knot. Say the magic words. Good morning. Knot goes off. The ropes go back together. Now, here's the part where you look stupid. Wave the scissors over your knot. Set the scissors down. Slide that knot off. Oh, thank you very much for your help, young man. I really do. This is Nick DeFott. He's a very excellent student. So let's talk about this real quick because I'm getting close to being out of time here. I got 6 or 7 minutes before we're going to take a break, I think. So the first part of this is just the normal cut and restored rope that almost everyone does. I believe first published by Edward Victor. So what you're doing is when you bring this middle up, you're substituting this middle of the rope for that end right there. So here's how that works. Here's how I handle that move. My middle finger and thumb go through the center of the rope, grab this rope here, and let go and slide that up. So he's going to cut here, and apparently, and so you let go with this and this. Apparently he's cut it into 2 pieces, but it's that. Just kind of the normal cut and restored rope that if you've done any rope magic, that's one of the first things that you've learned. So you say, oh, these ends aren't even. These have to be 2 equal pieces of rope. So you grab one end of the bottom in your pinky and third finger, reach up and grab one end of this short piece with your thumb and index finger, and then let go of everything with your left hand. So when you let go with your left hand, the rope melts back together into one rope. And you can tug on that, show them it's really solid. So that's the first phase. Second phase is, I always thought this, the first person I saw do it was John Cornelius, and I asked him about it, and he said, "Oh no, I didn't invent that. Harry Anderson invented that." And then I asked Harry, and he says, "Never did that before in my whole life." So as far as I know, so I don't know where this comes from. John Cornelius says it wasn't his, and Harry Anderson said the same, and so my leads have stopped. So you're going to have them, the spectator, cut the rope in the middle. You have this, after that first restoration, you have this little short piece sticking out of your hand. You even these two ends up, you grab the middle so that it's convenient for them to cut. Tell them to set the scissors on the scissor chair. You can use your table, but you need someplace off to their left for them to put those scissors. Drop them, hand them. Oh no, this is the second trace. So they cut it. You still have this short little piece here and a longer piece here, and then this is a normal piece of rope. Now what you're going to do is switch this end for this end as you apparently tie those ropes together. So you come up, you let go of this, and then grab that. So now you've left this little loop here, and you're holding the gap between these two longer pieces of rope. So you get to this point, you maintain this grip on this gap as you tie these two pieces together. What you're really doing is tying that short piece around this longer piece. It'll slide. It's a slip knot around there. You have them grab the scissors, wave it over the knot. Now you slide this off and toss it into the audience. And then you tug, and you can, apparently, you're still holding this gap. It's not really restored, but your left hand kind of pulls that as if you're pulling the entire rope. And because both hands are moving up and down, it looks like you're showing different spots of the rope. Oh, it's restored here and it's restored here. Now you say, I promised you I would teach you how to do this. I'm going to do so now. Cut the rope here opposite the knot. Remember, you have this gap here. What you're doing is creating another little short piece of rope. They set the scissors on the scissor table. You hand them that rope. You're in this situation. They have a normal piece of rope. You're going to tie your two ends together so you have a loop, and you're doing exactly what you just did to make that slip knot in the second phase. You're going to switch this end for that as you apparently tie those together. So what you've done is tied now another slip knot, but you're holding this gap here. So it looks like you've made a circle of rope, and they're doing it because when you do this, you're not explaining it. You have time to do this because you need this knot, not here at the bottom. You need it right here, but you can't get it from here to there by sliding it. So you just grab that and pull it up. Very expensive, all right? So the reason you're doing that is because they're going to cut opposite the knot and give you another short piece. So you get to this point, they have theirs, and you say, cut my rope here opposite the knot. So we have two pieces of rope tied together with a knot. Do the same with yours, and you help them. You're very kind. You help them, and then you say, set the scissors on, and you drop one end of that rope, and now you're going to switch their rope for your rope. But you don't switch the entire thing. This little piece sticking out never moves. So this comes into here. You leave this rope in your right hand and come back with the left. So because this piece that's sticking out of the top of your hand never moves, the switch is, and it's on the offbeat. All attention is over there. They're putting the scissors away. So now they have a rope where the knot will slide. You have a real knot. So you have a short piece, this piece tied to this piece. That's their original cut. And now you say, tug on your rope, and you pretend like your knot is about to come loose. You say, I didn't do as good a job as you did. And now you're going to tie this piece right here. So you say, oh, let me do that again. And now you just do it. And then you transfer that knot to your right hand. So now what I have is the knot concealed in my right hand, this slip knot ready to go. He's got a slip knot ready to go. Wave the scissors over my knot, toss this up. This time you don't throw it into the audience, you throw it up and you catch it in your right hand. Now you can be more free with how you display this hand because they know that there's a knot in it. And you really have a real knot that you're concealing, but when that's there, when that's there, you got some cover. Now I like to say, here's the part where you look stupid and wave the scissors and slide the knot off. And if it's a layperson, their face tells everything. It's really an amazing thing. And I also like to, at the end of this, when the applause is happening, I give them all of this stuff and say, thank you very much. Now they have like a jumble of shit, but in that shit are two pieces of rope tied together. And if they get back to their seat and they go, what, I thought these were, I don't know what they don't know, but the fact for the entire audience that you could give that all away means everything in their brain is a-okay, just as it should be. And I don't know, I think that's good. If anybody's paying attention to questions, I would love to hear any questions about anything we talked about. Oh yeah, so I was gonna say, yeah, so somebody did mention Takagi. So the way this came about, I was staying years ago at Max Maven's apartment, working a week at the castle, and knowing my love for rope tricks, Max gave me, before I went to bed, he gave me this little manuscript from Shigeo Takagi in Japan, and it was a 3-phase do as I do rope trick. And in Takagi's trick, hey, can you go unpin that? Maybe that's why I can't hear anything. When you go, so in Takagi's trick, you, in the 3rd phase, your rope went back together, but the spectators didn't, which was, to me, a giant letdown. Don't mute me. So I spent that entire night. I stayed up all night and came up with this as a solution to that little problem. And so, yeah, so whoever said so. No questions?
Jacob Jacks says, can you show us how to do that switch? Because he was doing it too fast and you helped him slow it down because there was too much movement. Can you show us
it's funny.
Relaxed and deceptive.
Yeah, so Jason Jacks, magician here in Las Vegas. He used to work at Lost Spirits when that was open, and now he's had a really interesting evolution of time here in Las Vegas, working on the streets, and then he's a juggler and a magician, and also a great human being. And so Jacob started doing this trick, and he's probably done it. I mean, he was doing it, I don't know how many times a night at Lost Spirits, and doing it on the street, however many, 6 or 8 times a day. So I only do this trick when I'm doing like once a year. I do a school assembly, a week of school assemblies at at-risk schools talking about literacy here in Las Vegas. And that's the only time I ever do this trick. And so Jacob has probably done it more than anybody in the world. I know Danny Orleans did it in the show for a while, and some other people have done it. So, but when talking to Jacob, or when I went, the first time I went and saw him do it, I was excited to see him do the trick. And he, it, like we all do, when you're working on something new, you get nervous and you go too fast. And so, I mean, he was, trying to be really fast with that switch. And I don't think you don't really need to be fast. You just need to be casual. And so that's really all I can say about it. It's the slower, you get there and then you come back and then you give it back to them. So it's slow is better, up to a point. So,
what ratio of your show is scripting to improv?
99.9%. Well, I mean, scripting is an interesting word for me. when I'm working on something, I don't write it down. I don't know whether you do that, David, but yeah, I don't write. I work on the physical actions of the trick, and you know, when Eli was here, our daughter, when she lived, she's in New York, but when she was in school, if I was working on something new, you know, she would be sort of pretend embarrassed when I would say, "Hey, who wants to see a magic trick?" And everybody would gather around in our room here, and I would do that trick. And I wasn't, and I was just trying to figure out plot points and get the physical actions down. But I didn't script anything. Once I had the physical things and sort of had the high points, I wanted to get it out in front of people and really work on what I was going to say more there. And, you know, so you can record the shows and watch and go, oh, this is crappy and this is good. And also being a good listener, you know, the audience writes a lot of good jokes for you. Stuff happens and you remember it. And so I do have a lot of my stuff now written down in sort of script form, but that's like 10 years after, you know, after I've been doing that trick for 10 years, and it's sort of, you know, solidified into a thing. And then I have, you know, I write it down so I can refer to it later. But still, you know, I want there to be, you know, we're not all David Williamson. We're not all improv comedy geniuses. So, but I do want there to be the room for new stuff to happen. I mean, you know, I talked about in the character thing, one of the things you're trying to create is an experience. And part of that experience is you want people to think that they were there for that show and no one else saw anything like that ever, that it's a one-time occurrence. And so, and part of that is being a good listener, you know, genuinely reacting to the people on stage with you, genuinely reacting to what people in the audience say and what occurs. And so those things are all improv, but I mean, you know, like when the thing I talked about in the character thing, when I said, you know, somebody says it's my birthday and I say, I don't care. That comes off as completely improv, but it was only improv one time.
Right.
So
Derek Hauser has a question. Do you have any tips on selecting the right person to help on stage?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's all my show is, right? It's, you know, in an hour and 15 or hour and 20 minutes that I'm doing here, you know, there's only 15 minutes of that where there's not somebody on stage with me. And so it's really important to me, you know, those people. And so I'm looking for expressive people, you know, people that have expressive faces, that aren't sitting with their arms crossed, just really open body language. And there's something that after you do it a boatload of times, there's something about people. I mean, it's just, you know, some sort of charisma or whatever that, you know, it's some sort of indefinable thing too, that's under there too. And your subconscious steers you the right way, but it's really mostly, you know, looking for the people that seem happy to be there and seem like their body language and expressions are going to carry, because I'm really doing a close-up magic show for a few hundred people. And so in order to make those small tricks play big, a big part of that is the persons from the audience standing next to me and their bigger reaction. So it really is important. And so you know, that underlying level of kindness that I was talking about is important too, because I do use so many people. So yeah, pick people that you would want to hang out with. I also, you know, by the time I get to the end, the last guy I pick, last person is a man. And sometimes I will sort of on purpose pick somebody that I think is going to be a little trouble, not too much, but a little trouble, so that the audience can see that I'm having to deal with this and in real time. And it makes their experience better too, for me to have to deal with that.
That's amazing advice. We're going to take a break in just a second, but let me ask you a question. Have you ever had to get somebody off stage because the diminishing returns, they were just too difficult? You ever had to kindly put somebody off stage and start over?
Well, maybe 2 or 3 times in my life. I used to have a bit where if I got somebody up on stage and immediately I knew that they were bad, I used to have a Q-tip with a big mess of fig from a fig Newton on the end of it. And so I would just, if they came up and immediately it was apparent that they were going to be terrible, I would just say, you got something in your ear, and I would pull this nasty Q-tip out, and then I would send them back to their seat.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But that was before the trick had started, right? So I have done it, but I don't know of a good way to do it. I don't know, I don't think there's a way to do it politely. I haven't figured out a way to do it politely. You're going to look, it's going to be awkward no matter what you do, I think.
Yeah, there's no good way to do it.
Have you had that?
Oh,
What do you
well,
do?
I get kids, so I've had to get kids off stage, but I just say,
Yeah, a kid is a different story. Yeah,
It's a different
kid is a different story.
It's
Yeah,
a whole different,
I
yeah.
think- Yeah, no, a kid, you can just say, hey, you can make up an excuse, right?
I
Because
tell
you're
them,
the
I
adult.
say,
and you're
with a
the kid.
personality like yours, you're going to go far in life. You're just not going to go far on this stage. Get the hell off the.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Well, that little essay you wrote about character, I mean, you say you never really thought about it before, but that was, which AI did you use to write that? I'm curious.
Right,
That was
exactly.
it was so well written. No.
Thank you. Well, I'm working on a big giant Mac King book, like a big Mike Caveney tome or whatever.
Really?
But it won't come out for years and years. But so that I extracted that from a longer chapter about character.
No, it was some of the best stuff. Because people ask me and I go, I don't know, but now I'll just copy what you said.
Good, perfect. Okay, good.
No, I'm kidding. Listen, thank you, Mac. Thank you, Lance.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to get you the names of the people who won the calendar and the posters, and you can send those
Yeah,
off.
please do. And then I'm going to watch some. I got to go do a show, but then we're all going to hang out later, right? At the end of this,
tonight.
all the presenters are going to be hanging
8
out.
o'clock tonight.
All right.
We're going to be back.
Right.
Have a
I'll see
great
you then.
show. Break a leg. Thanks a lot. Okay,
Thank you,
everybody,
guys.
we're going to take a break, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
All right.
And we're back. Hey, everybody. It's Magic Dave. I guess it's my turn. How do I follow Matt King and Jason England? Well, I'm not going to. I guess I have to. I don't know. But again, thanks for everybody for being here. And I hope you got your Hot Pockets out of the microwave. You're having a little snack. We're going to be doing breaks in between every speaker today. And I'm just so pleased to be part of this. I really am. I was flattered to be asked to do it. And I think Zach and Jason are such great, and their partners are such great people, for what they do for animals. Who chimed in here? Who's that? Oh, Zach. You have an update for us, buddy? Oh,
Let's see here. Bear with me 1 second, gang.
Chris
Yeah, but
Korn, Chris Korn is talking. Chris Korn, mute yourself.
Again, this is without any of the auctions. By the way, the link is right there in the chat. If you're having trouble, let us know. 14,824.
Wow.
Not counting the there is a separate GoFundMe. I'll put that link in there. If anybody wants to get us to 6,500, I'll put that in there. That will be wonderful. Thanks, everyone.
Was that it? Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, anyway, let's talk. I'll talk some tricks here. I've been working on a couple things over the years. And, ever since COVID, I've started this little site school, and I started talking to magicians online a lot, and, just thinking about magic more than I have in a long time. And, one of my favorite tricks when I was table hopping when I was a kid was chop cup. I love the mini chop cup. And the other thing I liked was Beanie Weenie can. Does anybody remember the Beanie Weenie can trick that
That's from Paul Harris's Las
Paul
Vegas.
Harris and Amar, and I just love doing that kind of stuff. I haven't seen anybody ever do that since back in the 70s and 80s. It's a great trick though. I'll show you what I did when I started playing. I saw online this leather chop cup from one of these. I don't buy any magic tricks. I'm like the cheapest guy there is, but it just looks so good. But it came with a baseball, and I don't know why. I never liked the baseballs with cups and balls. I know Mike Rogers always made the little cups and balls that were like little stitched baseballs, and I never really liked that. But I thought, well, what if we do a baseball theme? Now, let me see if I can get a close-up here. I'll switch to my close-up camera and see if that works. Can you all see that? All right. So I thought, well, here's this leather chop cup that came, and it comes with a little baseball. And I go, well, what's the deal? So I went online on eBay, and I found these Rawlings, because when I was a kid, I played baseball. I was a center fielder because I couldn't hit and I couldn't pitch, and they just stuck me out in the middle. And I could throw pretty far, but I had a horrible aim. But I had a Rollins glove, and everybody kind of knows what this is. So the routine I came up with was keep your eye on the ball, which is a baseball kind of term. The pitching coach was always telling us kids, keep your eye on the ball. And let me get this ready here. I don't have a jacket, so I don't have my loads in the pocket, but I'll pretend I do. So here's what I do. I say, when I was a kid, I played baseball, and the pitching coach always said, I could never hit the ball. And he goes, you got to keep your eye on the ball, keep your eye on the ball. And I go, what does that mean? Keep your eye on the ball. I don't even know what that means. He said, that means you got to watch the ball as it's coming towards you. If you swing when it's still small, right? It's coming towards you and it's getting bigger in your viewpoint. So the ball gets bigger. And if you end up swinging at a big ball, you'll miss. If it's big, it's too late. You got to swing when it's still little. It's the size of the ball that you're swinging at. And I go, I don't know what you mean. He goes, look, here's a little game. It's called Keep Your Eye on the Ball. And he's got this little, he took an old catcher's mitt and he sewed it into a cup. And he said, okay, we're going to play a ball game. Keep your eye on the ball. Where's the ball? Is it in the cup? or is it in my pocket? And he would reach in his, I said, well, it's under the cup. And he goes, well, that's strike one. It was in my pocket. Let's do it again. He says, you can't miss this time. Now watch. Is it in my pocket or is it in the cup? I said, well, I saw you put it in your pocket. That's strike two. So you're not keeping your eye on the ball. I'll do it one more time. Where's the ball? In the cup or in my pocket? He put it in his pocket. And I said, it's in your pocket. Strike three, you're out. See, the ball got too big and you waited too long. And I said, I don't like this game. It's stupid. I don't even like any ball. The only game that I ended up playing, I quit the team. I hung around downtown, started smoking, learning how to drink. The only game I played that involved balls was at the pool hall. And that's when I became a man. No, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just making that part up. But anyway, that's the routine that I do now. And I just love it because it's got now somebody said, you ought to have a little magic wand made from a bat. And it's like, that's too far. I don't want to be cutesy with all the little props, I want to feel fairly kind of organic. But just by putting that Rawlings sticker on the leather cup, I took it to a shoe store, a shoe repair guy, and he just sewed it on there for, $10. And to me, it all came together and it made sense. So anyway, I just want to share that with you. And because I think sometimes these cups and balls routines can go on in so many phases. There's so many phases and they don't really build necessarily, but this has a built-in strike one, strike two, strike three, and you're out. All the baseball themes. So there you go. I don't want to oversell it, but it's a cute little presentation I do for the Chop Cup. Do we have any questions before I go any further? I'm looking on the question page, not the comment page. No? Can anybody? Yeah, okay. All right. Well, let me continue. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to show you another thing that I've been fascinated with lately. And if you're a member of Slide School, you'll know that I was geeking out over this when I found it in an old Paul Bear's review. And there's been many variations of this idea, the Omega bet, over the years. I know that, there's been a lot of versions and variations of it. But this is the best one that I've come across. And I believe it was from Bob King. There was some research done on it. I know Michael Weber corrected my credits on this in Slide School and so forth, but I'm having a lot of fun with this, and I'll show you what it is. Basically, you take a deck of cards, and what I like to do, well, I'll get into it first, but I'm just going to show you this secret because I don't want to try to present it because I don't have any people here to present it to. But basically, it's this: you have a deck that's in red-black order. Okay, you just put a deck in red-black order. You can pair them together or just put them in that order, and that's how you begin. And now, the beautiful thing about this is what I like to do is have the deck shuffled. So I'm going to combine two routines. First, let me show you the second routine, the main one, the Omega bet, and I'll show you the routine I do to lead up to that allows them to actually shuffle the deck. But it's still a self-working trick, all right? So I say, look, cut the deck. Do you know what's on top or bottom? And they go, no. What color? Red or black? And they go, no. It's a 50-50 bet, isn't it? Cut them again. Do we know what's on top? No. In fact, cut the deck into 4 piles. If there's 4 people at the table and I'm one of the 4, if there's 5 people, I'll have them cut the 5. So everybody gets a pile. If there's 3 people, we'll cut it into 3 piles. But I like to do 4. And I say, we're going to use these lucky coins. I'm going to show you a little bet. My uncle gave me these. He got these when he was a young man. He said they were his lucky coins. That's why they're so old. He got them from his father. And he said he never lost a bet when he bet with these special lucky coins. And I know that they're lucky coins because the day that my uncle gave them to me, he was hit by a bus afterwards. I never saw him again. But anyway, so I've been hanging on to these, but I always bet with these. And here's what we're going to do. Everybody's going to get a coin in front of them and pick a pile for me. So they would choose a pile for me at random. And I say, everybody turn over the top card of your pile. So that would be mine. And these, I never cut the cards. The spectator cut the deck into 4 piles. And I say, here's the way the game is played. Take your card that was selected for you by John when he cut the deck and put it face up like a bookmark anywhere in the deck. And they all do that. They just put it randomly somewhere in the middle. And I say, here's the bet. it's a binary choice. It's a 50-50 chance. If you have mated your color, then you win that rare, lucky silver dollar that's in front of your pile there. If you've mated it, you win the silver dollar. We're going to deal them off in pairs. I don't want to touch the cards. I'll let you do it. And if the pair you're holding with the face-up card has another card of the same color, bam, you win. Now, before you go, would you like to change your mind, person number one? And they usually say, no, I'm going to go with this. So you have them deal them in pairs. There's 2, 4, 6, and there's your pair. If that's a red card, then you, my friend, win that silver dollar. Drum roll, please. A 50-50 chance. Fortunes have been won and lost on the turn of a card. Nations have risen and fallen on the binary choice, a decision, a yes or no, thumbs up or thumbs down. And it's, oh, I'm so sorry. What a shame. Oh, well, 50-50 chance. Next person, you saw what happened to your friend. Would you like to move your card? They may move it. Okay, let's see. Go ahead and deal them down 2, 4, 6. There's the card you're mated with. And let's see if it's a win. Oh, no. I'm sorry you put it next to it. If you would have gone one deeper, you would have gotten it. Oh, isn't that a kick in the head? That's all right. That's mine. Let's go for yours. Sorry you lost that. In fact, I'm going to put 3. You could make this progressive. I'm going to stack those up in front of you. Would you want to move yours? They might move it. They might not. It doesn't matter because they are not going to match either. And then, of course, this is mine. I'm not going to touch them. I'll let you. Do you want to move my card first or do you want to leave it there? They can make the choice. They can move it or leave it there. It doesn't matter. You never even have to touch the cards. And, of course, if I lose, I'll give you guys the money. If I win, winner takes all. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I really was hoping you'd get it. So that's the Omega Bet. And it's, it's obviously a mathematical principle. You start with a red-black deck, and I'm going to take just a second to put them back in red-black order here. But this is the version from, I believe, was it Bob King? I don't have the reference in front of me. I should have done my homework. I was too busy trying to get my computer to work today. But I know if you look in semi-automatic card tricks in one of the volumes, there's versions of this. There's literature out there with lots of different versions of this idea, but most of them were very convoluted. That's my point. To me, what I just did is the simplest, most elegant way to do it. And all you do to make it work is, so they're in red-black order, all you do when you pick up your pile, you do a second deal. You do, I just say, everybody turn over your top card. And then as they look and move to grab their cards, they're all looking at their own hands. I just spread over the top few and just take the second card and turn it face up. It's really no big deal. It's not some special, move. I do it very slowly. I might even just kind of do it like that, but I just do it and set the cards down as very matter of fact. Now, you can get away with not doing a second deal by doing this. Once the cards have been laid, before you put the deck on the table, you go, do you know the color of the top card? No. You want to take a guess? They're either right or wrong. And cut again. And do you know the color now? No, right or wrong. And now at some point, you say, it's really hard to know the colors. It's a 50-50 chance. You see what I just did there? I switched the ace for the king. So now I have red, black, and so forth. So I did my second deal already just in showing those 2 cards. By going like that, and then putting this one on top to show it again. Very quick. Now you say, do me a favor, cut some cards for me. So you have, the first pile goes to you, and cut some cards for everybody else. And now you don't even have to touch the cards again. You say, look, you cut all the cards, you made all the decisions, turn over my top card, everybody turn over your top card, and now you're off and running. They can't put it second from the top. Actually, they could, because that would be it. You don't want them to put them down. Make sure it's somewhere in the middle. You'll get into trouble if it's like at the bottom or second from the bottom. Or even, I think, third from the top doesn't work. Third from the top, oh, in my case, it does work. Anyway, have them put it in the middle and the trick will work out just fine. Now, let me show you how you can have them shuffle the deck. I love this. me put them back together. I normally, I don't do a lot of these kind of tricks that require a setup, but man, this one's worth it. And what I'll do is I'll ring this deck in. I have set it up right in front of them sometimes. I'll separate the colors and give it a Pharaoh shuffle. But sometimes if I know I'm going to be doing this, I'll just have it in my pocket and switch the decks while I set them aside and do another trick with coins or something like that to get the coins on the table. And then I'll then bring the cards back out and just do a couple false shuffles, maybe, like an optical shuffle, something like that. And then I let them shuffle the deck. So what I do is I'll riffle the deck and let them shuffle. It's kind of like the Galbraith principle. You make sure there's a different color card on the bottom of each half before you hand them the halves. In fact, you shuffle them. What I like to do is this. I do the one where you make rosettes and they just mash them into each other, right? So you go, okay, now you've mixed these up. And because of the Galbraith principle, because they were red, black order, you'll never have three of a kind together. The most you'll ever have is a pair of colors together. There's a pair of reds. For example, there's a pair of blacks, a pair of reds, a pair of blacks, and so forth. Pair of reds, pair of blacks, pair of reds. So here's what I do. They've shuffled the deck, and now I introduce the coins. I go, these are my lucky coins. I've never lost a bet with them, blah, 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 blah. Let's play a little game. Now, I'm going to take out a few cards, I say, and all I do here is up jog one of every pair of colors. So it's very easy to do. You just find a pair of colors, depending on how well they shuffled them. You could have several, you could have just a few, it doesn't matter. It doesn't take long to go through and just find those pairs of colors like that, right? So I think I found about 8 cards or so. So you strip those out, and when you put them on top, guess what? You're back in red-black order. You're back in a perfect red-black order just by up jogging a few cards. You say, I'm going to take these out because they all don't pair up. It's depending on the way they shuffled. And I put them on top and I go, here's the deal. I might know what that. Now, this is Di Vernon trick. It's the 3rd card down trick. Ricky Jay did a great version of it on Secret Cabaret years ago in the UK. But the idea is you say, I might know what the top color is, or maybe the second color. If there were some marked cards, I could push that over. But the 3rd card down is the tough one to know. What color do you think? For example, there's a red one and there's 2, and then the 3rd one down in this case is red. What color do you think the 3rd card down is? And I'll bet you can win $1 if you get it right. And they can say red or black. Well, we know it's going to be black because it's in red-black order. We know it's going to be black, red, black. But if they say black, here's what you do. You deal 1 black. Now, I got a pinky break under the 3rd card while I was talking, by the way. And we can talk about how this pinky break. You don't have to do it with a pinky count. You can do it while you're gesturing with your hands and just put the cards back in order and hold a very small break underneath those 3 cards. So if they say black, say it's a binary choice, 50-50 chance black, let's see what you get. Black. Now I do a double deal. Because of that break, it's very easy to push 2 over as 1, and I just set them there and they coalesce with that group of cards. They don't have to be perfectly squared, but they will be fairly squared. 2, and the 3rd color, and you make dramatic pause, is, oh, red. I'm sorry. You could have won that. That's all right. We have a few more chances. What color would you say the 3rd card is now? Now we know it's going to be black again, but they may say red. So you don't have to do the move now. So you go black, red, and it could be red or black. We don't know. And now it's just a regular deal. And it's that 3rd card is the one they're watching. The 2nd card, they don't pay attention to. And that's when you do the double deal sometimes. So if they say, I think it's red, now I know I have to do the double deal. So I'll go, let's see, red, and now you focus on this. See, and you spend time talking about this one. Oh, I'm so sorry. Anyway, I do it 4 times to get rid of those 4 cards. But the beautiful thing is, even though they've seen pairs of colors together, like black, black, and there's red, black, black, red, they've seen pairs. It looks like a shuffled deck because they shuffled. In actuality, it's in red-black order still. You haven't changed anything. So I love doing this trick before the Omega bet. The Vernon 3rd card down is a perfect companion because it's about betting on a binary gamble. and it uses the same coins. And now it's a perfect lead in. You go, look, I'm trying to give these, that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to give these away. Now they've shuffled, so you don't have to really do a fall shuffle, but I might cut, I go, do me a favor, cut it into 4 piles. And now you're into the Omega bet. Pick one for me. And here's what we'll do. It's a free choice, guys. Put it anywhere you want. And if you have paired your color, you win. Of course, it won't work for them because no matter where they put it, because of the way the cards are stacked, it's always going to be paired with the wrong color. How the hell did that happen? Oh no, I got to give him my money. I don't know. Oh, look at that. I had cards on the bottom. This wasn't a red black deck. I don't know how I got in that position. I wasn't paying attention, folks. Everything I just said in the previous 17 minutes, ignore. We're going to cut this out of the video, the final video, everybody. Listen, I'm going to stop there with that trick. Does anybody have any questions? Can you make the cup out of a first baseman's glove? No, Michael Close. It has to be the catcher's mitt. What kind of questions am I getting? How come Matt gets the real questions and I get goofball? You lapsed into the alphabet, right, Michael? I did. This comments is for smartass comments. Where's the Q&A? I'm trying to find that one. Okay, if anybody has any actual questions, where do you get your coins? At the Xenia, Ohio coin shop. I went there last week, 2 weeks ago, before I had to go do the circus show, and I bought some more silver dollars because they sound really good when they hit the bucket for the miser's dream. I get the Morgan silver dollars. They're not nice. I don't have nice coins. All right, let me continue on. Where do you get your chop cups? This one was what's the name of the company? TCC? Is that right? Somebody correct me. TCC Magic. That's right. Who made this one? But I've seen other people who make leather chop cups like this out there. But TCC comes with the little baseballs. That's where I got it. And one of them is obviously magnetic. Oh, I never did go through the routine. Let me just backtrack just for a second for anybody who's interested. And so let's say I have the magnetic ball and the 2 loads in my pocket. I'll put them over here. And the trick is, that's the real ball. There's the magnetic ball. So the trick is this. I just have the real ball and the chop cup out on the table, and I let people examine it. And I talk about the ball glove and playing baseball. And I do this move, and I've talked about this before, but Mike Skinner did this years ago, and I've seen Vernon do something similar. Now, Mike Ammar, we talked about the Beanie Weenie can, used to do, we called it the pumpkin seed vanish, where you squeeze and it squirts out of your hand by squeezing. You could do that here too. It looks like you're just setting it under the cup, but you're actually pinching it and it rolls under the cup into your other hand. So you're holding it here and it just looks like you just set it there, but you pinch it and look at that. It's going to squirt out the other side, but you catch it in your fingers. So that's actually a very nice subtle way to say, now I'm going to put the ball under the cup. I'm missing it now. I usually don't do the squeeze thing. I did it when I used to do the Beanie Weenie can. Now I actually roll it into the other hand like that. And just a small tip, what you're actually doing is trapping it. I'm going to move the cup and you'll see what it looks like. So I lift up the cup and what I'm doing is trapping that ball against the heel of my hand with my fingers. It doesn't roll into finger palm. It goes into that position like that, fingertips pushing it against the palm. There's a difference. If you try to finger palm it, there's going to be movement and it's impossible. But if you just roll that under there and look, I just trapped it with my third finger against my palm and your hand looks perfectly natural. It just looks like what it is. You just kind of roll it and it goes all the way under the cup. And the pumpkin seed vanish, let me see if I can do this. My camera's at a weird angle. So something like that, where it looks like you just set it in there and you're actually squirting it into the other hand. Anyway, let's get past that. I did a whole video once on pass the ball. We spend a lot of us spend decades and we make livings and put our kids through college by pretending to put something in the other hand. It's a big part of what I do, what I've always done. Pretend to put something in the other hand. It's a big thing. It's a big part of my life, my existence. It puts food on the table, how well I can pretend to put something in the other hand. And sometimes we don't think about that. And I can digress just a little bit here about this. And, when I was doing lessons online, I'd say, somebody would show me their vanish, and the first thing they would do is they would pick up the ball and then they would open the hand. It's like, when's the last time you saw somebody open their hand to receive something the other hand was going to put in it? Hey, Bill, hand me that old bottle cap that's on the floor there. Okay, let me see. Yeah, yeah. You know, it's not, it's like this. You put it over here in your pocket. Look, the fingers, the wrists don't turn. Don't turn this wrist to just, it's all this wrist turning, you know, all this kind of, that false placement stuff, placing it in the hand. We usually toss it into the hand. You know, if I were really going to put this in my other hand, you would know, you wouldn't even see it. It'd be a blur. It would be a suggestion. It would look like mine when I really do it. You know, you can't really tell. There's a thing we do when we're sitting at a bar or restaurant and you have the peanuts at the table and you're shaking them before you throw them in your mouth, and people move them from hand to hand. I call it human body vernacular. People understand what this is. It's kind of getting it ready to throw into your mouth or drop into your other hand. People play with small objects like this. And that's a perfectly good pass, just to drop it from one fist to the other fist like that. That people do that. They roll things from their hand, for their fingers onto the top of the fist and then again. So just don't let it fall in. Just roll it and finger palm it before it goes in. And to me, that's a more deceptive pass than a lot of these things where it's like you're trying to imitate every second. There's something in animation they call the uncanny valley. It's, you know, when they try to do animation or like computer simulations, it's like, it doesn't look quite human, doesn't look quite real. It's almost too good. It's too precise. We're trying to recreate what we think is really happening. But what's really happening is more of a blur. It's more of a suggestion. How do you recreate a suggestion? That's why they add motion blur into animation, because, you know, if you had every single step of the movement, it's infinitely small steps. So if you blur that movement, if it's a blur, and we think of that slice as, you know, a blurring that, it becomes more natural and realistic rather than these intentional theatrical, I call it theatrical transfer, you know. So you know, I've seen guys do cups and balls like on the street, and they open the hand first and they show the ball and they go, here's where it's going to go. Here's where it is now. Now I do the move and there's where it's supposed to be, you know, rather than going, what's the reason for putting it in the other hand? First of all, well, I need to pick up the cup with my right hand. So let me get that out of the way, move the cup over there, something like that. Anyway, I digress, don't I? Yes, I do. Let's get back to the routine. Okay. So you say, where the coach said, keep your eye on the ball. Where is it? And I pause and both hands go like this. Here's another thing I've talked about. I call it the primate hands at rest. That's what hands look like. David Roth turned me on to this one. First time I saw him doing coin magic. Everybody I saw in the Magic Club was always trying to prove their hand was empty by doing something unnatural with it. You know, you could tell when they were palming a coin because they were trying to be natural somehow, you know, imitate naturalness. But David Roth, he went like that. And he could have been holding a golf ball in both hands and you wouldn't have known it. But it didn't matter because that's what an empty hand looks like. You know, next time you're eating breakfast, look at your other hand that's not holding the spoon. That's what it's going to look like. That's what the knuckles do. Anyway, so that's why after I throw it in, I just do this with both hands. Symmetry is another thing we can talk about. Symmetry of action. You know, if you do something with just one hand, it's suspicious. But if you do it with both hands come back, then it's more natural. People work in symmetry with their arms. Anyway, so where's the ball? Is it under the cup? Now it's right here in my hand. Or is it in the pocket? Now I reach into the pocket and I just grab the magnetic ball. And they go, it's under, and I said it was under the cup. Boom, show the cup empty. Now I drop the magnetic ball inside, pause, you know, I drop the hand back down. He said, I'll give you another chance. And now I just add the ball I never palmed it. It's always been trapped there with that second finger. I just let it drop in as I shake the cup. The magnetic one, just make sure you feel one in your hand. The magnetic one stays in there. I go, we'll do it again. And because there's noise when this hits the table, I drop the ball and it makes when I set that down, I drop the ball one more time. Where is it now? And this is when I grab the baseball. And I said, I saw you put it in your cup. That's strike two. And I show the inside of the cup. And now the load, You just set that on top, and it's a half move. I don't actually push it up into the cup. I just put the cup on top of the ball like that. Now, when I take the cup, my pinky pushes it all the rest of the way up, and I just set the whole thing. Look at that. Because that baseball, it's a perfect size. You can set it right on top of that. It's setting on top of the little ball. And because it's a leather cup, you can't do this with steel cups like a regular chop cup. You can squeeze that cup and hold that big baseball in there. So you say last chance, and it's just great because they feel like they swing an empty cup right before a large cup production. This goes in the pocket. That's when I grab the 8-ball out of my pocket, and boom, they're so surprised to see that. There's the half load again. And then I put my pinky under it, the 8-ball. I set that down, spin it, and they think the trick is over. And that's when I tell some sad tale of a degenerate teen who quit the ball team and, would hang around downtown and alleys and run numbers for the barber who also had a meth lab I don't know. And then, hang out the pool. I don't know. I like one of my stories go dark. To me, that's funny. Yeah, my video's okay, everybody. I've been talking a lot. Where do you get your chop cups? What's your favorite card trick? Anonymous attendee, Ash. That's a good question. I think I know what my favorite card is. I'll do it for you. It's real simple. I do this all the time, actually. When I'm walking around doing stuff like before these stage shows that I do with the Illusionists or the circus or something like that, I like to walk around the audience and mess with people. And the card trick I do is very simple. I have them pick a card, and I have them drop it back in. It's just it's a right card, wrong card. I pass it to the top. I show that it's not on top or bottom. I say, I'm going to find your card with one hair from your head. Now, this is going to hurt because I pull hard and I usually get blood and skin. So man up or woman up or whatever it is, this is going to hurt. My tears though. And I reach over and I pretend to pluck a hair from their head. Bink. That hurt? No? Darn. Attach. Let me attach that string. Pull. Boom. And there it is. And one card jumps out. That one didn't go out very far, but bing. Let me try it again. These cards are kind of bing. And one card jumps out. And I go, ta-da. And they just look at me. I go, you act like you see this every day. 14 years of my life to learn how to do that bit right there. I guess you're expecting to see your card. What was your card? And here's the thing. I used to go, is that your card? And they go, no. And that's when I would do the top change. I go, well, what was it? And I do a top change and they go, 5 of hearts or whatever. And then I would change it. But the problem is, and I don't know if anybody else has discovered this, but I discovered this a long time ago when I was table hopping. If you go, was that your card? And they go, no. And you go, what was it? They go like this. Can you see my face up here? They go, was it a black spade, the 4th? And they're looking, and you could have put the deck in your pocket and pulled out an egg with a hole in it, at that point and gone halfway through. They're not looking at your hands. So they're going to miss the effect. They really will miss it when they look away and it's almost 99% of the time. When you say, what was it? They go, was it a 5? What's the round one with the point? And it's like, never mind. So now when I pick a card, when they pick a card, this happens to me so much. I say, look at it, remember, do you know the card? They go, yes. I go, are you going to remember it? They go, yes. I go, do you know the different suits? Like if I ask you a minute from now, what's your card? Are you going to be able to tell me, or are you going to turn your head to your mom and ask her what it was again? So I actually prep them before I ask him, okay, remember, you said you're going to remember the card. We're going to shuffle it in the deck. And I just control it to the top. I do the little move, boom. Now, moment of truth. I don't show the card now. I learned my lesson. I say, what was your card? So there's a difference, right? And they go, and even with all that prep, they go, what's there, 3 of hearts, whatever. So it was the 5 of hearts. And they go, 5 of hearts. And I go, well, there it is. I don't know why you would lie to me. And I do a top change now. I go, we just met. I think that's rude. You're trying to make yourself look smart in front of your mom just by making Mr. Magic look like an idiot walking around. I go, I think I might have got the wrong hair. Let me pluck another one, bink, and I pretend to attach a second hair, and then I pull it, and I just snap the card when I do that. I go, that was the right one. I pulled it the wrong. I'm sorry. I'm still working on this. So that's my favorite card trick. Right card, wrong card. If you want to give the plot a name, top chain. But it uses a lot of moves, and believe me, I've a lot of psychology there. They pick the card, and I do a pass usually. And sometimes I do that pass palm I've talked about in my lectures, where I'll actually palm the card out to let them shuffle the deck if they look suspicious. And the way that works is I dribble the cards, they say stop. And again, this is all in the hands. I usually don't have a table. I'm walking around. This is a walk around thing. If I'm at a table, I love this one. Steve Bedwell's control, where you dribble and you just mime throwing it in. I think this is one of the best controls out there. 5 of that, we're going to lose it into the deck. That movement, that persistence of vision, it really looks like it's so simple too. There's nothing to it. It's just a soft little pretend to toss. If you haven't tried this, you'll fool yourself with it. It's just so convincing. Anyway, but the one I do for walk around is they'll look at the card. I'll make sure everybody sees it. I'll just dribble right back onto my pinky. And when I do the pass now, I do a one-handed top palm immediately as I pull the other hand portion forward and push it with my thumb like that. And that's a good misdirection. That's when I do the top palm. I go, we'll leave it. Did you want to shuffle these? Or, and sometimes they say yes or no. And if they say yes, I go, oh, great. You're one of those people done like magic that works. Perfect. Thanks a lot. And they shuffle and they laugh. And meanwhile, I have it, I hold it out and I take it back and add it to the top and finish with the trick. Okay. Anyway, I went along. How do you transition? Now somebody's putting questions in the chat. Shoji, were you not here when I said put the questions in the Q&A? I don't care. I can see the process of the top switch that you're using is a little bit different. Can we learn the details? Oh my gosh. I'll teach the kick card move. I'll talk about the top change, but I have, how do you get in position for the top pop out? Can you teach the move? Yes. Would you recommend better at improving ad-libbing? Oh, you just don't care anymore. Just don't care what people think of you. Don't try to be clever. Just keep talking. And over time, you learn to say things that are, somewhat funny and provocative. That's the word I use a lot lately, is provocative. I want to provoke something, provoke disgust, maybe provoke sadness, pity. I don't know, but I like to say something provocative, something poking, trying to get reactions from people beyond, hello, what's your name? Nice to meet you. All the pleasantries. That's boring. That's what laymen do. We're performers. We're provocateurs. We're paid to go in and spice things up and have a little fun. So anyway, let's talk about this move. Let me use this deck of cards because it might show better. I first saw this move. I can't tell you where. There was somebody did a, was it Terry Leggero that did almost a haunted pack by bending a card. If you're looking straight down on it, the top half kind of floats, and then it pops out. It was from a Paul Harris book. Somebody correct me. I don't know. Eric Mead might know. To pop a floating deck. Was that the name of it? Paul Harris. Okay. Thank you. I think that's where it came from. And the way now I've seen people who can get into that position just by opening a break with their pinky, gently straddling that top half that you've separated, and then squeezing, pulling a single card away so that it can be bent like that. That's basically the position you're in. It's between your pinky and index finger. It's really hard for me to do that to get reliably, one-handed. So I don't take a chance. What I do is I lift up half the deck, just like I'm going to do a side steal. It's like I used to do a side steal where my thumb covers that gap. I've jogged the top half over, but you can't really tell that. It almost looks like they're just kind of spread, But what I've actually done is made a full separation, but my thumb hides that. But what that allows me to do is push that out. I used to do, that was the side steal I would do, and I would grip it like that and just bring it up to the top. But now what I do is I use that same action and I just push that card out 1/4 of an inch and then square the cards back up. But before my right hand moves away, so that card is jogged out the side 1/4 of an inch, but before this hand moves away, I straddle that with the pinky at the back, index finger at the front, and then bevel. Look at that. Then slide the top half, bevel to cover that. So anybody looking, it just looks like I'm holding the deck. So it disguises that, but I'm actually got that side card dog straddled. And if I squeeze now, I know it's a single card. And let me show you on the camera. And now this is the knacky part. Let go with your index finger. Originally, Shreko Howard's Float, Flip, Flight. Move is by Shreko Howard. Wow. I'd love more info on that. Where was that published, or who's Shreko Howard? Where's he from? That's so cool. I love this. Credits. Perfect. Thank you. That's from Fabian Moreno. It's giving us some good credits there. You know, we tend to, us Americans, Yanks tend to be kind of American-centric with our credits, don't we? There's so much that happened overseas that we're not aware of. Okay, boom. Now, so that's the move. Just takes a little knack, and once you get it, I love adding the string to it. To me, that's my favorite thing. I'll pull it off my mustache or out of my hair or off kid's head, attach, pull. So when you pull, that's when I pop it up. So they see movement in the deck. It looks kind of funny. The deck goes up by pulling, and then I release, and the card comes out. I just love doing that. It looks so, it's just a funny little thing. And you're in perfect, now when you come forward, you're in perfect position for a top change. Bam. No, that's not it. Why would you lie to me? Let me just try this, a little snap. What was your, boom, and there it is. And then here's how I follow up. Let me see if I can change the camera. So I'm standing, and I've changed the card. I've snapped it, and it changed. And then I'll switch it again with a double lift, second deal rather. Then I'll do a double lift and go, let me show you how it's done. So I prepared it by putting another card on top of it. Let me do that again. So I've gone like that. It changes. There's their card. They're reacting. The trick is over. I got a break under the top card while I showed their card. There's a break under the top card. I put that one back on. I do a second deal by pushing over two, and I put that back on top. That's all I do. And now but I've retained that break, so I can immediately do a double lift and say, let me show you. And I like to perch that double there with my thumb. I go, let me show you how it's done. And I do it on my leg. I go, it's just a rub like that. It's a trick knee. You'll learn about that when you're my age, I say, as I now do the rub-a-dub, right? And then I go like this. I cup my hand, and I go, and it disappears like that. And I just keep my hand there, real suspicious. These kids, and I move it. These kids are tracking. I go, what are you looking at? You're suspicious. We need more skeptics in this world, but not here in this room. I push too hard. And then now I've taken that offbeat moment to palm it off the top and pull it from behind. I go, these are new trousers. What the heck is going on back here? And then I'll just palm off a group and pull them out. So it's a complete thing. And that's, I'm just like, what is going on with these pants? I got these new pants and they're all messed up. But so where's my camera? Okay. That's kind of my favorite card trick these days. One of them. Ambitious Card is hard to beat. I love Ambitious Card. I just think it's a great trick. I do it all the time. How much time we got? Did we go an hour already, you guys? Is this true? Yeah, be glad I'm wearing pants. I know. You don't always catch me in Magic Dave in his pants when he's in his house. It's your lucky day. Is it really 3:57? I went over the pop-out move. If we have any other questions, the top change, the best way to learn the top change for me is either join Slide School. You can bid on a year-long, or download Penguin, my Penguin lecture. I go into deep detail there. I could talk about the top change all day, and we just run out of time. So I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you all so much for being here. Now we're going to take another break, and our next speaker is going to be the great Michael Weber. Let's make this break 10 minutes. Thanks, everybody. And
All right, everybody, before we come back with Mr. Michael Weber, I wanted to introduce and get a couple people on here that are not actually on our schedule, but are considered sort of special guests for us. And one of them is the lovely Rachel Wax from New York City. Rachel, are you in there somewhere? Let's see if we can find her raised hand. Let's see. Might need some help with this, David.
You might be one of the Michael Closes.
Yes, exactly.
You raised your hand there. Let's see. Hold on.
Well, here we go. A lot of talk. Can you hear us, Rachel?
Yes.
There we go. And I don't know if we can get you to come on video. Will it allow you to turn your video on?
Let's see. It's not showing me a video option.
What about now? I see you.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm here. I'm here and I have my crazy pug.
Yay!
This is Kiwi. She's very happy to be a part of this, because she's really pro paying for
Kiwi!
Kiwi, it's David Williamson. That's your Uncle David. That's your Uncle David.
Oh, she loved me.
That's awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, what have you been up to? We had so many people step forward this year that within minutes we had all the on-camera people we needed, and you and I have already talked about this. I want you, in case we do this next year, we're thinking about making this an annual thing. I want you to come on and teach us all something next year. But right now, I just want to know what have you been up to? Where can people find Rachel Wax, and what are you doing these days?
Well, you may have seen me this summer at I did IBM in Tacoma, and I was also at Magic Live, which was so fun, despite it being a billion degrees. And you can find, sorry, Kiwi's eating cheese, as per the usual. And this next year, I'm going to be doing the Mystify Magic Convention, which is really going to be more of a magic festival, but it'll be really cool and really inclusive and really different from other conventions. And I believe registration is open for that. And that's in March in Las Vegas as well.
Perfect.
And maybe Kiwi will be there. I don't know.
Okay.
Because she was really upset to not be alive. So it was like a whole thing. And in New York, you can find me at Speakeasy Magic, which if you haven't heard of it, it's this really fabulous show. It's hosted by Todd Robbins, who's, a legend on his own. And there's some other really amazing performers on there. We've got Matt Holtzclaw and Alex Boyce and Mark Calabrese and Patrick Davis and Prakash Peru and all these great guys. And I feel so lucky to be a part of the show. Hi, Fabian. I see your message. And if you're in New York, it's really spectacular. They've curated this amazing evening with not just great magic, but high production value as an experience. And there's close-up magic and stage magic, and I won't give too much away, but it's a really spectacular experience. And if you're in New York, it's totally worth it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. And where is it exactly?
So it's at a place called the Overlook Bar.
Okay.
It's in Flatiron in New York City, right near the Eataly. And sometimes this is backstage causing chaos.
I understand. All righty. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much.
I really appreciate it. We're going to try to have a couple other people join us in and out throughout the rest of the day. Before we go, I want to show you this. Come here. Oh, this is my Reggie. And come here, Demi. Reggie is got more energy in his little fingers than most of the rest of us have in our whole bodies. He's a sweetheart. Thank you so much, Rachel. I appreciate it. Michael Weber, are you ready?
I am.
Fantastic. Look at that.
It
There's David Williamson.
it says I've been locked out of the video though.
All right, we can fix that. David, can you fix that? I think David might be able to fix
No,
that.
you have controls. You're the host now.
Stand by. I have.
Find Michael and tell him, open his video.
Here we go. Doing it right now. I have found it. Ask the start video. There we go.
There we go.
All righty. I'm turning it
There
over
I am.
to you, sir.
All right. Apologies for the headset, but that's the way you guys are going to get the clearest sound without lots of other background noise going on today. Hello, and thanks on my behalf so much for being a part of this and for contributing to support the cause. I like all the folks that are a part of this, and I like the cause a lot, so I was happy to be a part of this. So I thought what we would do is just jump in, and I'm just going to show you kind of some old ideas I haven't shared before and some of the new stuff I'm working on. So we're going to go here. Do not worry when your screen goes black. I'm in control, and we'll see if this works with a downward view. We'll start out with something we haven't seen yet today. I will use this sometimes at the beginning of a 10-card poker deal, but this is, we'll demonstrate it with money, and then we can do it with cards later on. This is just to break up the monotony of cards that is looming in your and my near future. So the idea is to count a number of flat objects like these. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 bills. And in fact, we have 9 bills. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So often I'll use the Paul Curry approach from Cider, from Paul Curry Presents, of having 9 3 sets of 3 for the traditional 10-card poker deal, and the Jonah card will be the 10th card on top, and now you can false count those 9 cards as 10. Let your participant shuffle them, drop them on top, and deal them out, and they will automatically deal themselves that 10th card. So what's interesting about this false count is, you know, there's great false counts with a false transfer. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But the trouble is the hands are kind of close and cozy. And what's nice about this is that you're releasing or letting go of your control over the bills as you do. And the way it works is you're changing the counting mode. So you are transitioning between counting in pairs to counting singles on 8. I've tried it in other places. 8 tends to be the best place. So I'm pushing off pairs. That's 2, 4, 6. Now I push off a single, 8, 9, 10. So we're swapping from pairs to singles at a moment which allows us to skip a bill. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 bills. Now we're ready to go. So that's just a little something to play with that if you're not comfortable with your Carlisle count or something like that, it's a nice way to go. The next thing I was going to show you is another lead-in that I will use sometimes for the 10-card poker deal. And it's another kind of, oh, what's this? Oh, that's nice. It is a way to get into the 10-card poker deal that creates the sense that you're really playing fair with the cards you have. And it also, for folks that might not be regularly familiar with poker, it will give them a quick refresher. So I say we're going to play a couple of hands of poker. We're just going to use 10 cards, the minimum number of cards you need for 2 people to have a 5-card hand. And I'll give you a little refresher of exactly which cards I've picked out for us to play with. So there's the chance that one of us might get a pair. But if I were to get a pair of 10s, you might get a better pair of jacks. Or there's the chance that one of us could have 2 pair. One of us might also have 3 of a kind. Or if we had 3 of a kind in a pair, together that's a full house. And this can go all the way up to what would be called traditionally a straight, but in this case, that's a straight flush. And when it's these cards in particular, that's known as a royal flush. And now we're ready to go. And now I deal out the 10 cards and we go back and forth. So if you want to take notes or come back and watch this again, I'll go through what those cards are. So I start out with a pair of 10s, then a pair of jacks, then I square those and set 3 kings on top. Now I'll spread those to let them see a full house, square those, and now the remainder of the cards of a royal flush. The sneaky part here is that's an 11th card. So that's going to stay behind on the deck and not show up at all. If you take a look at this from traditional 10-card poker deal standards, we've got 3 10s, 3 jacks, and the 1 queen, which will be our Jonah. So we're playing mostly with faces or paint, which is good in something like this. And that goes away. So as soon as this gets turned down on the deck, and you let the spectator deal out 2 5-card hands to start out, this would be their hand. In this case, they would have a pair of jacks, and you would have 2 pair with the kings and the 10s. And now you could go into the 10-card poker deal. But that initial setup of 2 10s, 2 jacks, 3 kings, ending with the king of spades, then the jack of spades, the 10 of spades, the queen of spades, and the ace of spades. If you don't have another reason to have different cards, this is a very nice way to get into the 10-card poker deal. And if you're worried that people notice that the ace of spades never shows up in either hand, one of the things that I often do is I'll say, just show me the strength of your hand. So I never lay down all 5 of my cards, and I never have them lay down all 5 of theirs unless they happen to have 3 of a kind, and I've got to beat them with a full house. So we've done a false count. We talked about that. Oh, we'll keep these out, and I'll show you a version of the 10-card poker deal that I haven't really kind of shared that much before. So we'll use the same cards we were starting out with, and we'll give these a bit of a mix. And we'll lay these out. Often I'll ask folks, if you've gambled before at the casino, do you tend to be luckier with cards or with dice? And whatever their answer is, I say, well, let's see if we can't improve your luck by letting you use both of them at the same time. So I've got 10 cards here, and we're going to deal them out into 2 5-card groups, but these aren't the hands. You're actually going to pick 5 cards for yourself, and then I will take whatever you've left behind. So we'll set these out. In this case, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and that won't change. Here's what's going to happen. You'll roll the 2 dice, whatever number that is, you get that card. You'll do that 5 times. Whatever 5 cards you've got, we'll go from there. Actually, you're gonna roll the dice for me and give me those cards, and you'll take whatever's left behind. If you happen to roll the same number twice or something more than 10, that's a do-over. It won't be a big deal. We'll deal with that when the time comes. So they roll right out of the gate. That's an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's the first card for me. They roll again. 6, 7, 8, 9. A 5. A 4, and 1 more. A 3. So those are my cards, and we'll leave those right there. The spectator takes a look at their hand. Our participant, our opponent, has a pair of jacks and a pair of kings, 2 pair. That's very strong. And I'm just fortunate enough in this case to happen to have 3 of a kind, which is a winning hand. So this is something that I call poker for no one. Yes, do we have a question here? I heard a ding. Everything all right? Okay.
Appears to be.
Good. All right. I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing something. So the way this works is these are the same traditional 3 sets of 3 for the 10 card poker deal, the ones we just looked at. So you could go from that directly into this. And the order of these other 9 cards does not matter. But where this goes, our Jonah card does matter. So I'll do this face up so you can see what's going on. We want to make sure that in this case, our Jonah goes in the number 1 position. Because the secret to this is something that is non-obviously obvious, that should have been figured out somewhere between 1,000 and 800 years ago, which is you can't roll a 1 with 2 dice. So no matter what the spectator rolls, from 2 to 10, all the cards they're going to pick out for you will not be the Jonah card. If they roll an 11 or a 12, that's a do-over. If they roll a number that's already been selected, that's a do-over. So let's say that they roll a 3 for you, and then a 5, and then a 10. Then they roll a 3 again, they roll over, then they roll a 6 and the 7, and those are going to be your cards, which in this case would end up being 3 of a kind. And because of the Jonah and the way the 10 card poker deal works, they will be left with the 2 pair. So if you're already doing the 10 card poker deal, this is a nice way to kind of break things up a little bit, and not have everything use exclusively playing cards all the time. Questions at this point? I'm actually kind of watching the webinar chat. That's easier for me to see, but so far so good. Right. Then we'll get a little bit more complicated here. I'll kind of explain this as we do it, because it might take a little time to have to get back into this position perfectly. So this is about as straight ahead Verini, or as it is popularly called, Stebbins order. So it is an alternating color rotating suit order that increases in this case by 3, but it could be anything. It could increase by 2, it could increase by 3, 4, 5. All of those work, but this is the kind of most traditional version of an increase by 3. So there's a 3 followed by a 6 followed by a 9, and you'll see that the colors alternate. In reality, this could be any rosary stack or any tetradistic stack that uses all 13 values in some common repeating order. You don't have to have a mathematical progression for this part of it, but for something that's coming up, it'll help, because we're going to kind of weave a couple of things together that aren't traditionally put together. So to start out, you can quickly show this pack. The spectator can cut the pack as much as they want. You give a cut indicating that at this point you couldn't know the top or bottom card of the deck, and you invite them to cut off a small packet, something less than half, and to remember the card they look at. So we'll both be performing this and learning it at the same time. So the spectator would cut off a small group, and they remember that card, and then you have them shuffle those cards and drop them back on top. You can have another cut here if you like, but just for purpose of explanation, we'll go kind of straightforward here. So what's nice about this is a very fast way to find out which card they looked at. That also sets you up for some other nice things that follow. So I turn the pack sideways to give them a cut for a faro shuffle, and I notice there's a black 6 on the bottom. So because of this rotational stack, as I riffle here up the side, all I need to do is to see the next black 6, and if I split there, I know I've got 26, 26. I'm now going to do an out faro, which means that the card that was on top remains on top as I weave the cards together and shuffle those together. All right, so the cards are now shuffled. So they've just cut and taken a look. And you now quickly turn the pack face up and spread them towards yourself. And because we started out with the cards each separated 13 from themselves in that repeating cyclical rosary or tetradistic order, you will now see that what we have are matched color pairs that still retain that mathematical progression, but that's not what we're looking for. As we spread through, you'll see that at some point, our parity stops. There it is right there. So the first non-paired card we come to is a red ace, and I now know that their selection is the other card of the same value and same color, which will be coming up anytime as I spread through. So I can now place that down on the table and square those up and set them down. So you have very quickly found that selection. But what you've also done is now prepared this pack. If they cut fewer than 26 cards, that means we'll go from the 6s up to the 6s here, but we can go a little bit further than that. All of these cards up to those 4s, and even up to that ace, if I now pick that one up, is now somewhat like an ungaffed Menetekel deck. So instead of short and long cards, we just have cards of all the same length, but in pairs. So now when I turn these cards over, I can, if I like, I can give them a false shuffle or a false cut. But let's just say that I go through and now have 3 people select cards from 3 different places in the pack. And that looks very fair. And now what I'm going to do, again, you could give the cards a false shuffle or more false cuts, or even actual cuts. But now as I go through starting from the face, you'll see that instead of doing any clocking or anything like that, as I spread, I'm going to very easily be able to spot the cards which are no longer pairs. And it will be relatively easy to pair each of those cards with each of the selections. And at this point, I still have retained, look at how much of that parity order I've still retained up to that point. And all I need to do to kind of keep things straight for myself is make sure that as I put cards back together, that I put them in the right section. So I can just jam the 2 10s down here. I know that the 2 8s come from the lower half also. And since the 6s are here, I know those are going to go in the upper half. So now what's amazing about this is if I go up to where the other 6s were, but in this case, it's going to be where the 3s are now, right? So if I split here, if I didn't mess everything up, that's going to be 26 and 26 again. And each half has 2 cards of each value, ace through 13, and of the same color. So why is that a useful thing? And I'll explain why I think that's a useful thing. So now what is possible is, well, here's one example. I'll shift to another deck for a minute to see if I can show this to you. I think these may be they. 2 5s. Yeah, okay. So here, we're in the same place, except now our parity has been broken up, all right? So in the bottom half, there's 2 red 6s, 2 black 5s, 2 red queens, 2 black 10s, 2 red 10s, right? So it's what we had before with the pairs, but in this case, what we would do is take that deck that had the pairs and give them an overhand shuffle to mix up some of what we had. So now the pairs are staying in their halves. We haven't mixed up the fact that we've got ace through 13 exclusively in each half, but now watch what's possible. So this really looks like a mix to them, right? This is the C.O. Williams shuffle that Jordan described and all of us first learned as the Ireland shuffle, but it's just overhand shuffling and then running those center cards to keep them separate. And now this is something that I learned from a little change to something I learned from Gary Plants. It's very, very clever. So understand what we have right now is a deck that's separated 26-26. We have 2 of each ace through 13 in the upper half and in the lower half. And the color pairs are within each of those 2 sections of 26 upper and lower. So in Gary's trick, what happens is the spectator cuts at and looks at a card. He says, I'll tell you what, actually here, take more, and gives them more cards. They get to shuffle them up and look at a card. So this is a very small change. Gary has this in a couple of sets of lecture notes. In fact, his most recent set of lecture notes that he had available at Magic Live in Vegas has this in it once again. But I'll explain what the little changes. So the spectator cuts off some cards, less than half, and you ask them to shuffle those. So this feels very fair so far, and it feels very much like what you already had them do last time. And at this point you say, you know what, here, take a few extra cards, and you toss them some more cards, and now they shuffle these up. And you say, what I would like you to do is to cut the pack anywhere and remember the card you cut to, and they do. Those go on top of the rest. Shuffle up the rest, and drop those on top. And again, if you want, you can have false cuts or another false shuffle here. But what I like to do at this point is to ask the spectator to deal out. So that's the Gary procedure. And then this puts the card in a place where Gary could access it. But what I've done is change it a little bit, because now instead of counting cards, I ask the spectator to deal out 5 poker hands. So they deal out 5 5-card poker hands. And now they can go through and take a look at what the different hands are. But as they're looking at each of the different hands, at some point they will discover that their card isn't there, and it's also none of those cards there, because you've got the card in your pocket, in a wallet, in the box, or wherever you want it. So the way this works is, and I'll show you a variation of this that eliminates the palm, but I like it because you've got great misdirection as they're turning those hands over. These are my top 26 cards. These are the bottom 26 that we've been working with. And what I do is I crimp the 26th card. So now when the spectator cuts off a small packet, this is Gary's idea, he reaches over and cuts at the crimp and says, here, take some more. I think when Gary does it, he uses 20 cards, but I like to use either 25 or 26 cards, and you'll see why in a moment. In this case, I did the whole half a deck, 26 cards, which means that when the spectator shuffles, looks at and remembers a card, then shuffles and places these on top, they have positioned their card at 26th from the top, which means that when they deal out 5 poker hands, and then they set the deck aside where you can deal these out, you now have the selection on top of the deck ready to palm or put in your pocket or do whatever else you want to. The variation of this is if I have my crimped card and one additional card from this half underneath it. So my crimp is now at 25. Exactly the same procedure, the plant's procedure, but instead of 20 or 26, we're going to have 25 cards now. They cut off a small group and start to shuffle. You casually say, here, take some more. So I've cut to the crimp. They now have 25 cards. So when they cut anywhere and look at one, place those down, then shuffle these up and place them on top. You now know their card will be the last card dealt of 5 5-card poker hands. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's another trick. I've got another stack deck trick where you're actually counting how many cards the spectator cut off. And this looks a lot like it. So I like to mix these sometimes. Things that look the same, but actually use very, very different techniques. So now what happens is you can say, I'm going to try and, do you know, my guess is that your card might be in one of these hands. Do you have any idea? If it is, they don't. If you did think it was in these, you have a sense of which one it was in. They're not really sure. You'll say, I'll see if I can find it. You feel around, you have a sense it's here. Just kind of as you go through the cards, you can kind of eliminate what you think it might not be, and now you can locate their selection, because as is common sense, if it started at 25th and we deal out 5 25-card poker hands, or 5 5-card poker hands, or total 25 cards, that last card is going to end up right there, which will be the selection. The beauty of all of this is at this point, whether you're doing the 25 or the 26 card version, at this point, if you take that 26th card and scoop everything up, you've still maintained a division between these two halves. You still have your color pairs and values. So here's what I like to do with that. I scoop all those up and I say, here, pick up either group of cards. I don't say half of the deck because I don't want to talk about, I don't want them to start thinking about or making mental models of these being halves. I just want them to think of one of them as a group of cards. So let's say they pick this as their group, which is fine. And I have them mix those up and throw some cards back. So I say, here, just hand me some. And as I take those back, I'm just going to spot what that is and remember that, 3 of spades. And I say, mix up the remainder of what you have. Take 2 cards without looking at them and put 1 in each of your pants pockets. You really don't know what those are. They really don't know what these are. And this is my kind of murdering of Vernon's solitaire trick that you can find in one of his inner secret books. So the Vernon solitaire trick took a long time to do because you had to deal out the whole pack. But because I have a balanced half a deck with 2 of each of the values, what this allows me to do is to now deal out, set these to the side so you can see them so we don't lose them. This allows me to deal out cards. I'm trying to stay within the frame for you guys. Yeah, that's good. You can watch this. That feels good. I'll set that there. I'll put that there. That and that. And that. And now I'm watching for the 3 of spades because I'm starting to get very close. This won't make a lot of sense for you, but if you look up it's worth looking up the Vernon thing to understand this, because we'd be here till 8 o'clock 2 nights from now to explain too much more of what's going on here. So there's the 3, so I'm going to stop here. Now the nice thing is at this point, I can still shuffle up the rest of these. And as I gather these cards up, what remains actually tells me what the selection is. So as I look at these, if I didn't get rid of an ace, as we look through here, you can see there's only going to be 1 ace that's left. Seven, 4. Should go through this again. The good news about this is I'm talking you guys out of doing this. There we go. So there's the ace. The other one, I think, is the 9. So now you would put those in your pockets and take them out. So I'll explain very quickly what's going on here is if you've got a full deck or a deck of pairs, if 2 of these cards are removed, the really clever thing that Vernon figured out is if we think of a run of 13 values, ace to king, and we eliminate jack, queen, and king, then the outermost pairs of cards all total 11. 10 and ace, 9 and 2, 8 and 3, 7 and 4, 6 and 5. So now instead of carrying numbers or doing anything more complex in terms of clocking the deck, we can now clock this particular group of cards. And again, Vernon traditionally did it with the whole deck just finding 1 card, but it works with 2. That as we lay these out, all I'm doing is covering pairs of cards that total 11. So as we lay these out, I'll let you see. And if we come to a place that's just kind of a stopper, I'll set a card aside. And then Vernon also explains other things to do that you can mitigate places that you get stopped. So in this case, the first thing I would see is that the 7 and the 4 total 11. So I cover those up, and now I automatically have 8 and 3. So now the 8 and 3 get covered up. Now there's the 9 and 2. So you really are kind of playing a game of solitaire with this, right? So now there's a 6. I can't really use that yet. There's a 5. So the 5 goes with the 6. But if you cover just one, you have to place another cover on it. There's a queen we'll place aside for the moment. There's another 5 on that 6. I'll place the queen. And to compensate for the face cards, anytime you see a jack, queen, and king, you place one card on each of those. Now I have a 10 and an ace. At this point, I would know I was at my last card, as the 26 was the 2 of hearts. And now I'm just going to pick up first the jack, queen, and king. And if I don't have a jack, a queen, and a king available on the faces of these cards, I know the missing one is one of those 2 cards over there. Or sometimes you'll just have a jack at the end, and you'll know that those are the queens and the kings. But in this case, I see there's 9, 10, 11. I see 10 and ace, and there's 7 and 3. So I know that 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, that's a 4, and that's an 8. So now what's nice is I set that down right there. I can very quickly place the 8 right there. I like to put the higher of the 2 cards in my right pocket and the other card in my other pocket. So in this case, I would have the 4 in my left pocket and the 8 in my right. Now facing the other spectator who has those cards in his or her pockets, I would say, I'm going to try and mirror the choices that you made. If you would please remove the card from that pocket. And they do. And in this case, I see it's opposite to what I had. So now I will turn my back to them, remove this card out of my pocket and hold it up over my back so they see that that matches. Then with my body still turned away from them, I'll say, now the really hard part, I'm going to try and have you duplicate what I just did. I'm going to ask you to reach in your pocket and do your best to remove a red 4. And I show that to them over my shoulder. And now they reach into their pocket and they have. The crazy thing about this is not only the ability for us to be able to determine those 2 cards with that very quick layout, but we've still maintained this distribution between these cards for other purposes later on. So I'm going to pause right here to see if we have any other questions on this at the moment. And if you want to throw those in the chat, that'll help, or if David or Jason wants to jump in and see if we have one yet. Nope, no questions. All right, if there aren't, then we'll move on to one last thing. Oh, hold on. How are you getting, this is a question, how are you getting to that, or what you saying at this point for this process? How am I getting into it? Well, it's a good question. What I would traditionally do is I've got ways, I mean, there's lots of ways from getting from a shuffled deck into Stebbins or most rotational stacks. It's worth looking at something of Brother John Hammond's called the Chinese Shuffle. So if I was just coming in cold and trying to do all this with a borrowed deck, I would first do a deceptive sorting procedure that would arrange those cards in the order that I needed them. And now everything would be ready to go for all of what I showed you. With that first selection with the Pharaoh Shuffle, with the second selection with the free selections where you're matching afterwards, then going into this thing, doing the half deck solitaire effect to match with what's in their pockets. And now there's lots of other stuff you can do after that. Are you in the room and watching? Yeah, I'm in the room and watching. Is something else going on? I'm confused. All right, that's good. Well, we'll have Derek answer that then. But the really nice thing about this is that at any point you can go through and do that C.O. Williams, most call it Ireland, running shuffle in the middle, and it still maintains everything, all the stuff that's possible. But once we're at that point, once we've got the deck if we start out with the deck in any rosary stack, so let's say that that's 8 kings, let's say that's Stebbins, let's say that's Hungry Jackass, anything like that, we can do those first 2 effects using the parity after the shuffle. If the 2 cards removed are a pair, you'll know that. You'll be able to see that because, for instance, if they took out 2 8s, you'll end up with 2 3s. And if you go through and read the kind of more detailed Vernon explanation of that, that'll all make sense. The only time you can get a little bit confused is if the 2 cards they select total 11. But I shared this with Norman Beck, and he had a very nice idea saying that he uses this to try and calculate for kind of tracking cards for playing blackjack. And then if the spectator happens to have 2 cards in their pocket that total 11, instead of matching those cards, just do a kind of a flourishy cut to the table and turn the top card over and have that be a 10 or a face card. And then say, if I've done everything I'm supposed to do, this card should actually make the 2 cards that you have in your pocket total 21. And when they go through, you have them bring those cards out one at a time so that there's some suspense as to whether that last card is actually going to bring you up to 21 or put you over. But that's a good question. All right, let me go down here and see if I can find. All right, I know we started a little late. I don't want to go over on this and slow things down, but do we have time for one more? Michael, how do you go about exploring these more mathematical and principle-based effects? I don't, late nights, coffee, and a dog-eared copy of Martin Gardner's Mathematics, Magic, and Mystery. I really think, I love Erdnase along with all the other cool kids in the treehouse, but for me, I think Erdnase is the Erdnase of gambling sleights, but I think the Erdnase of magic is that little tiny Martin Gardner book. It's just the book. It's written so concisely, and that stuff, that great poker trick with 10 cards that Steinmeier put together, that David shared with us, is really based upon, I think it's the last trick in the first chapter of that little Gardner book, Baby Hummer, the notion of the parity between alternating face up and face down cards. And if you turn cards over in certain patterns, it doesn't change. It changes the order of the cards, but it maintains the parity of those cards and the particular cards in those locations. All right, I'm going to jump back and show you one last thing. So we'll go back to black for one last really cool idea. I think we're there. Are we there? We're not there. You're going to hear me talking to you for a second, and this amount of time is exactly how much time it takes for me to prepare this from an involuntarily shuffled deck of playing cards. So if you want to start the clocks, for you generous folks that haven't already started the clocks, and that's it. That's exactly how much time it takes. So where we are now is another nice approach is if we're going to put pieces together, that little change I gave to Gary Plant's great trick, where the spectator cuts off a small group and then you cut off a larger group, and then they shuffle and look and then shuffle and replace. If you then deal out the poker hands and lay out those cards face up, you'll be in the condition or the situation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. Where you'll have 25 cards face up. And in this case, the selection would actually be, I think it was the King of Spades before, but we'll just do that for and the selection will be the top card of this group, or actually it would be in that position. So this is where we are after that, my little twist on Gary's trick. And now what you get to say is, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll scoop all of these up. So now I've just added my 26th card. and you say, here, give those a little mix, and now someone can mix the other half. So we've again maintained divided decks, and these can really be shuffled. That was a pull through, and Jason didn't see it. And now you get to do a really, so this is based upon a notion that Paul Swinford put in print, but this is my version of the Swinford trick. So if you want to go back and look at the Paul Swinford trick, dig into either Alton Sharp's Expert Card Conjuring, or the first volume of the James File, volume 1. It's in the 1300s, like 1353 or something like that. And it's a trick called Four of a Mind. And it's a principle that I think is fantastic. And you'll get to see in a second what I did with it. And then Stuart really liked it and wrote about it to a friend, and he and Max discussed it. And then Stuart came up with an alternate version. And I think Stuart's version is genius, but for me, there's something very raw and fast about the principle that Swinford kind of latched onto. So here's the notion. You have that, you say, you might not believe this, but as you were dealing out those 5 poker hands, in the short time that they were face up and we saw all those cards, I did my best to take a single mental photograph of all 25 cards that were face up on the table. And those are actually the cards that you still have in your hand right now. So give those a mix. And what I'd like you to do is to just cut to any value, and I'll tell you which cards of that value I remember seeing in that mental photograph. So we'll do it for real. We'll just say, they say 7. And you say, okay, let me just think for a second. If I recall, I saw 3 7s. I saw 2 blacks and 1 red. I saw I saw 1 black and 2 reds. I saw the 7 of spades, I'm right. I saw the 7 of spades, the 7 of hearts, and the 7 of clubs. Take a look and see if I'm right. So now they go through and they find the 7 of clubs, the 7 of spades, and the 7 of hearts. Those are all the 7s. And you know by a process of elimination that the other 7 is over there. And it is. Someone can go through there and do exactly the same thing. So you can go back and forth through 2 people explaining, like in a lot of those deck memory tricks, I took a look and I know what's over here, and by a process of elimination, I know what cards I didn't see. But I would have them do this twice, and now the second time, they might say an 8, and you would be able to say, interestingly, I only saw 1 8. It was a red 8. It was the 8 of diamonds. And now as they go through, they see that of all these cards, you're absolutely correct. And you say, I'm going to try one more thing that's actually the most difficult of all. What I'd like you to do is to think for yourself, or go ahead and look through at any value, and then take out all the cards of that value that you have. So they do, and let's just say that they went through and looked at a sorry about that. Let's say they go through and they looked at a 6. So they would take out all the 6s they saw, and they would tell you, I found 2 cards, and they are a heart and a club. And you would say, well, there's lots of hearts in there, and there's lots of clubs in there. But the only heart and club I remember, of which there were only 2 of one value, were the 2 6s, the 6s of heart and clubs. And as they go through, sure enough, the only 6s they're going to find are the hearts and the clubs. And now you're ready to go through whatever else you want to go through. So the trick is mine, but the principle of being able to know what's where, Paul Swinford's other people have used, it's based on binary mathematics, and other people have used other versions of it. But this is really what Swinford came up with in terms of the framework of the structure is really clever. So you can come back and take a look at this, but if you want, I would get out a piece of paper or a deck, and we'll just go through what's where. So if you know what's in the top half, the bottom half takes care of itself. So we're going to separate the spades, the hearts, the clubs, and the diamonds. And we are going to create a little artificial framework for ourselves. And then you'll know everything. So Of the spades, in the upper half, you will have the ace, the 3, the 5, the 7, the 9, the jack, and the king. And if you think about it, those are the odd cards between ace and 13. And if you know a lot about Magic Age cards or the Impenetrable Secret, you know that traditionally that first card, or the one with a value of 1, tends to be all of the odd values in whatever total sequence you have. I just mentioned that for the kids that are all caught up on binary. For the hearts, we have the 2, the 3, the 6, the 7, and the 10, and the jack. And if you look at this, these are pairs of even, odd, even, odd, even, odd, jumping 2 values in between, right? So we skip the ace because those are going to be the odd cards over here. Then we have 2, 3, skip 1, 6, 7, skip 1, 10, jack, skip the queen and the king. So that's 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, jack of hearts. The clubs is going to be 4, 5, 6, 7, jack, queen, king. And if you think about it, that's, we can't do 4 and 4, but that's the 4 and 3. And then for diamonds, we have 8, 9, 10, jack, queen, king. And the way we're going to think of these is a spade is 1, a heart is 2, a club is 4, and a diamond is 8. And now that application of those values to this particular group of cards, I should mention that, will work for everything but the jacks. All the jacks are here, but this is the only 4 of a kind that's in one half. So there are no jacks in that half, and there are all the jacks in this half. So when these get shuffled, I have a PDF on how we can actually be you. Yes, that's coming. It's 6 sentences. I'll chat GPT that to you in a moment if I don't Perplexity at first. So we've got all those cards we just looked at mixed up, and let's just do the first half of what I've shown you with it. The 8 of diamonds, so the spectator says 8s, so in my head, I'm working backwards. 8, 4, 2, 1, and as soon as I get to 8, I think, oh, I'm done. So I realize there's only one 8, and that 8 is going to be the diamond. And when I say that, I'm right. Let's say they go someplace else, and they say jack. So if they say jack, I'm going to pretend to think for a little moment, and I'm going to say, boy, if I remember correctly, all of the jacks are there. So if you would please and go through, I think you'll find that there's the jack of clubs, hearts, diamonds, and spades there. So that's the non-mathematical one. And that's the one they're most likely to cut. In this case, 9, we're moving down from diamonds. So they say, nines. And you say, if I remember correctly, now I'm going to go down. I start with an 8, right? So that's good. I'm keeping that. I can't add 4 or I'll go over. I can't add 2 or I'll go over. But 8 and 1 total 9. So that means it's a diamond and a spade. And when they go through, they'll find that you are correct. There are 2 9s in here, and they are the diamond and the spade. And now the lovely thing about this is that it also works in the other direction. And it was only in the other direction that Swinford was thinking of using it. But I really think this part is better as the front part, and the second part is better as the kicker. So let's suppose they decide they want to use 5s. So they go through and they take out all the 5s that are in there. And that's it. And you say, don't tell me the value, just tell me what suits you ended up with. And they say clubs and spades. And you say, well, and this is true, I remember seeing lots of clubs and spades in there. But if I remember correctly, and now I'm going backwards again down through the top. So it can't be an 8, so it can't be a diamond. 4 will be a part of this, so I know that one of them is a club. But adding 2 to that doesn't help me, but adding 1 does. So I know that it's 4 plus 1, a club plus a spade. These are the only 2 5s in there. The only little note to add to this is if you want to work with the other half, I actually find it easier to just do the same calculation with this and know this is what's left for over here. Or you can actually use what they find over here. So let's say it was the 3s. So we'll just do this very quickly from the other half. If they told you that it was a diamond and a club, the really quick way to do this is to know that it's going to be the opposite of this is going to be the math. You can total these and subtract it from 15, but it's so much faster to know what the spade and heart would be. And the spade and heart in the other one would be a 1 plus a 2, which would be a 3, which tells you this. So if you just kind of work that backwards, I think that's the way to go. All right, look up the Paul Swinford trick so you can see what that looked like before I ruined it for everybody. And go back and dig into the Stuart James book and find some of the great tricks that are hidden there and see what Stuart did with that. I think that's about it.
Fantastic, Michael. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, man.
I really appreciate you you doing this for us.
Happy to help always.
And we are going to take a quick break. I have about 2 minutes till 2, so let's be back right before 2:10 with our next guest. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, drop them into the Q&A. If they're about things that our performers have been sharing, if you've got sort of general purpose questions or comments, you can drop those into the chat. Thanks a lot, guys. See you in a minute. I made you host, period.
Jesus, Jesus. Here we go. Gotcha. Hello.
All right, David.
Okay, everybody, yeah, I'm here. Okay, I think it's our good friend, R. Paul Wilson, calling in from Paris.
Hey, guys,
you-
I cannot start my video because it has been stopped.
I see, that's my job. Okay, yeah, so I'm a professional. Give me a second here. There we are. Take it away, Paul.
My video.
I like to go the other way.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here. I took the time to record my trick and explanation because I'm traveling right now. I'm currently in Paris. I'm at a friend's apartment. So because I wasn't in complete control of the conditions while I was on the road, I managed to film and then edit together an explanation. I'm going to bring on a little guest in a little while, which I think you'll find really interesting. I've also got a contribution from a very good friend, and we can talk about some other things as well. So to begin, if you can cue this up, please, David, we will show a trick I call Runabout, which is based on a fantastic Roy Walton effect.
Okay, I'll show it now.
Welcome to a hotel room here in Vitoria-Gasteiz in Spain. Next week, I'm heading to Paris, which is where I will be during the Jack of Hearts session. And while I'm certainly going to be able to log in and join the session, just to make sure that we can cover this in the best possible way, I wanted to record this trick, show you exactly how it was done, and go over all the details, and then pass that over to be transmitted during the session. So after this, I'll be available, of course, for questions. But for now, we're going to do this trick. And let me tell you a little bit about the trick we're going to do. Roy Walton, for me, is one of, apart from being a friend and a mentor and a real inspiration for me as a magician, and being very lucky to have known him since I was in my very early teens, he was also, I think, one of the finest designers of methods in card magic. And many of his tricks, if you were to study them just directly from the book, with cards in hand, would often fool you as the person trying to learn the trick through the secrets in the book. You get to a place and go, how did I get here? And he has a few tricks that I think are a little underappreciated. I think there are some that we all know. Smiling Mule is a trick that I do all the time and is probably one of my favorite tricks to perform for lay people that Roy came up with. But there are many, many others. And this one, which is the last trick in his second volume of the Complete Walton, a trick called Runaround, is something that I think goes really well for an audience under the right circumstances, and also really kind of elevates and jacks up this idea of quantity transpositions and changes in a way that can be very, very effective. But it's very easy for this to become quite confusing because all this stuff happens. And I wanted to, over the years, embrace that rather than try and solve it. Not because I think it can't be solved, it absolutely can. In fact, Roy tells you in the book exactly how to approach it. But so many things happen at once that I just wanted that to be the effect. And in order to do that, I ultimately decided to pull back on part of what Roy was doing and to go directly for the ending. And so if you go to the book, you'll find that at some point in this explanation, and I'll cover it briefly for you, you can actually do a sequence that both reinforces part of what's supposed to be happening or what the conditions are supposed to be, but it's also a pretty fooling little sequence in and of itself. And I guess I'll probably go over what I do in that particular sequence, which is a little different. But for me, really, it's about getting to that ending. And I wanted to use this not necessarily as an opener, but something that I would do in a sequence of card magic that would, I mean, I hate to say require no thought, right? But require no thought. I just wanted them to watch, kind of understand where everything was, and then go, whoa, 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 what was that? And I also talk about the idea when I have an audience. I talk about the idea that confusion is not magic, but maybe not always. And this is what this trick kind of does, is it does something that's really confusing but very magical. And it also leaves me in a position to do a couple of other tricks. And this would be a lead-in for a couple of those. Anyway, that's a long-winded wind-up for what we're going to discuss. First of all, why don't we just watch the trick? This trick is based on an illusion show that I saw once. It had a magician, and naturally the Joker would make a perfect magician, and also had some assistants. In fact, had a lot of assistants. And in the deck, if we were to follow the cliche, the best assistants would be the 4 queens, the 4 ladies of the deck. Let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, and 4, like that. We're going to use the queens. The queens are going to actually do all the work, as they often do in most illusion shows. They're pretty much the real magicians on stage, and everybody has a preferred assistant, and the purpose is for them to attract your attention. Some people prefer the Queen of Hearts, some people prefer the Queen of Clubs. Entirely up to you which kind of preference you have. And of course, some people prefer the magician, although that's actually quite rare. The magician is going to apparently be the main performer on stage, but in actual fact doesn't do very much at all. All he's going to do is just sit right here while the queens do all the work, as you're about to see. We're going to need some cards, so I'm going to take out 4 random cards, and you can stop me in 4 different places so people can tell me where to stop, and I'll take these cards out. And as this is also a card trick, pretending to be an illusion show, a great outcome right now would be if these were the 4 aces. So let's have a look. Didn't get any. Not a single ace, but that's okay.
This is much water religious. We bring you back his body.
It's out very slowly, very fairly. I'm going to place the cards over here. And these cards, the four cards that you selected, are going to take part in a little bit of an illusion show here. What's going to happen is that the performer is going to change places with these cards and transform into the 4 assistants. I told you they did all the work. And of course, these 4 cards here, they turn out to be the 4 aces. And while this particular illusion show may be confusing, I think we can agree that it's still pretty good magic, and he takes a bow. He also takes all the credit. So that's the effect. And, I really don't like doing it for a camera that's, kind of hyper-focused on this area. I'd much prefer doing it for a group of people where misdirection plays a part in a couple of the moves that are happening here. And really, I think my contribution to this, if there's any contribution at all, is the application of the moves and the timing and my experience performing the trick. And if you enjoy this and you don't have the complete Walton Volume 1, you should, 1 or 2, this isn't Volume 2. There are 3 volumes. If you don't have those books, please go get them. You can get them from Davenport's in London. You can also get them, I think, from Tam Shepherd's in Glasgow. I think they will ship to you. Highly recommended. This is just one trick of very many in those books. And this is my approach. Uses different moves, but variations of the moves that Roy uses. And it gets to a slightly different place to do things the way that I want to do them. But this is Roy Walton's Runaround, and just brought down a little bit with some different moves. And so it's called Runabout. So let's talk about the sequence, and as we go along, I'll show you the moves that I'm using. But just so we know from now, I'm going to show you a way of doing the Vernon edition that I think is very, very useful and very deceptive, and can be slowed down, can be staged into various little displays, and I think is a really very good way of doing that kind of edition. And I haven't seen anybody else do it this way. It could be someone else's. And if it is, then I'm sure someone's going to tell me. And I'm also going to show you a touch on Brownie bottom palm and some other bits of timing and stuff as we go along. So here it is. Here's Runabout. So this is the end of the trick. Let's get the trick set up. Now you can absolutely cull the cards you need to the top, which is basically the 4 aces and a queen. They should be at the very top of the deck, but you can just begin like this if you want to. The joker can be anywhere in the deck, and the queens can be anywhere in the deck, but I like them to be spaced out. Although you can space these out during the fan display if you want to. But let's say that we set the cards the way we like them, and we'll continue from there. And then afterwards, I'll go briefly into exactly what I do to set this up. First, let's take the joker out and talk about this illusion show. And put the joker here, like that. As you're talking about illusion show, talk about assistance and run through and take out the 4 queens. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And of course, we can use kings or jacks if you want to, entirely up to you. But we take out the 4 queens. And of course, behind the 4 queens are the 4 aces. Now, these are in perfect position for a version of the Vernon edition that we're about to do. First, though, I'm going to turn them over, make sure they're square. In other words, you know, they're not higgledy-piggledy, as we say in the UK. They're like this, okay? And then you're going to fan these, and you're going to fan them so that you don't let them see anything behind this queen, right? So the cards behind that queen, which I dropped it out, but cards behind that queen are the 4 aces. And you don't want to show these because you're going to do this fan again and you're going to hide what will be the queens in a second. So it's just very important when you do the fan to make sure that the very back of the fan, as you do this, is this queen here, okay? So there's nothing spread beyond that. Turn, show the fan. If you want, you can reposition these cards to make the fan look a little nicer. I like to make a little kind of funny display as if I'm being, Burt Wonderstone. And you do that little display, turn these over. And as you turn the cards like this, so see how my right hand has now taken the deck from above by the long ends. As it does that, I'm going to strip these cards out. But first, as I turn my hand over, my finger connects with this packet, which is on top of this queen right here, okay? As it touches that, it's going to push inwards. And as it pushes inwards, that little block goes down. So what we have here is we have that block of aces right there. Because it was directly underneath this queen, it's very easy for you to just put your finger here and push that block back, okay? And you do that as your hand is here, and I'm about to come forward and take these queens out. But this pinky is going to connect and lift a little bit, okay? So it connects, and as I move forward, this first finger is right here. And the more I press here, the more I'm going to get cover from this card. I don't want too much. So as I move forward, I squeeze, okay? So I hold that card down a little bit. I move these cards forward. So what's moving is really only the aces at the moment. But as I get about halfway, I'm going to allow this queen here to move as well with that packet. And what that does is it moves that queen up. And as I grab the other queens and take them out like this, very slowly, they're completely covering that packet of aces. All right? The deck is turned over. And the position I'm in is this. This is a packet of aces here. These are the queens. I could, if I wanted to, fan these back, okay? So now we're in Juan Tamari's territory when he's working with his oil and water. He uses this kind of display a lot. But at this point, because I have this card forward, now like I said, it can control it so it's only forward by a little bit. Because this card is forward, when I turn these over onto the deck, there's a natural lip here. That lip is that queen of clubs at the back. So as I turn this packet over and press down on this, I'm picking up just the 4 aces, all 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we're about to do that move again, so we'll go over it again very briefly. But that is the variation on the Vernon Strip Out Edition. Pick this card up. I like to flip it over, and then as I flip it over again, I'm going to get a little break underneath the top card, underneath that card, so that as it flips over and I push off, that's a double. And as I take that card, I pull back, that's a second deal. So again, show this, turn it over, push off the double, come over. I'm pulling that card back as I deal the second. Okay, so I show that, turn it over, and I deal a second deal right here like that. Now this, of course, is a completely self-working card trick because I'm doing all the moves myself. We now have the 4 aces here, and we have one of the queens secretly here. On top, we have a joker and the 3 other queens. And now I'm going to invite people to select 4 cards, but the first one is a 4. So I say, look, as I go through like this, say stop, and I outjog the 5th card, and I'll take the cards out like this. And I continue asking people to say stop, 3 different people to say stop, if possible, if I can find 3 people to perform this for. And then, as I square everything, I'm going to do the same move again. First of all, we fan, like this, again hiding those aces, like that. Show that there are no aces here, and that's really just a little bit of foreshadowing. Push back, pull up with the pinky, like this. Come forward, take this packet out, like that. Turn everything over, push down on that card that you just was now in-jogged, and that will leave you, as you place the deck aside, holding 4 cards, which are the queens and the joker. You spread these, show them, and as I do this, I take 2 in each hand, and the top card is pushed forward a little bit as I put everything square. These are also at the end of the left hand. So in other words, they're not deep into the left hand like this, but they're at the end of the left hand. So as I come here, they're at the end of my fingertips, and there's also a step here because I pushed that card forward. As I come forward like this, my thumb is going to hit the inside left corner to create a break as I pull this square. So as I do this, I now have a break underneath that card, right? But at the same time, this pinky of the left hand is going to contact the back edge of this packet, particularly the bottom 3 cards, which are underneath that break. Okay, so hopefully you can see that. It's going to contact that so that as I move the packet over deep into the hand, as that happens, because of this contact and because I have my right pinky on the corner of the packet, I'm very easy, this is the Browie bottom palm, very easy to hinge that entire packet over, okay? So it hinges over underneath all 3 of these cards. I show, come forward, get the break. I hinge over all of these cards into palm, and I palm these cards, these 3. I palm these cards as I'm apparently squaring the packet, and then I hold this single card as if it's a packet from above. I then gesture here and move this card over just a little bit. And now we're going to reveal that everything has changed and that the 4 aces have appeared from nowhere. And you say, quick as a flash, snap your fingers, and you're going to reveal that this is a single card using an interesting little display that I've used for a long time. But basically, I'm going to drop this card on my thumb. And as I do that, I'm going to sort of flip up so the card turns over at the same time. So if I drop and do that, it turns over and it's a single card that takes attention away from this hand as it comes back. I show that, that's that card. As I come over and pick this card up, I'm going to add on the cards in palm and then fan these. And the assumption should be that these are the 4 cards that we just removed from the deck. We then turn them over and we show that it's the 4 queens. And then using this card, we turn over these to show the 4 aces. And this proves that while this may be confusing, it is also magic. And we do a little bow with this card. That's the sequence that I performed for you in the demonstration. If there's any questions about that, we're going to answer those in just a second. First of all, let's talk about what happens in the original runaround and how you can actually do that if you want to. Okay, so once you get into the position where you have this card here, and you're in this position, you need to reverse these cards to put this on the bottom. Okay, and so you need to say, look, so we've got 4 cards here, and we have 4 here. Now remember, these are supposedly the queens, and they're all face down. So when you're in that position and you've reversed these cards, you can now do Roy's sequence. And Roy's sequence is that he picks up one of the queens, and of course these are all aces, but remember, these are supposed to be the queens. He picks up a queen and he cuts it to the bottom. But what he really does is he just cuts a single card, okay? So when he picks this up like this, he just cuts a single card to the bottom and then turns over a card to show that a queen has come to the top. So apparently the queen went on top of these random cards and then came back to the top when it was cut to the bottom. Turn this over, slide it underneath this card, put these on top. Notice how that card is forward, so it's very easy to pick up a break underneath. And again, cut a single card, turn over two. Slide under, this card is forward so that I can pick up a break under and cut a single card to the bottom. And now we show three cards. As we take this one, don't worry about getting a break because the break is happening over here. I get a break under the top card, put these on top and cut everything to the bottom. And now this is a little different to what Roy did. You take 1, 2, 3, and then you take all of the cards above the bottom card. You push them over as a block and you turn that entire block over. And you say, look, there's 1, there's 2, fake 3. In other words, I don't take anything. 1, 2, 3, 4 queens. Immediately turn these over. Now, what I've really done is taken 1, 2, fake 3. Here, I'm going to take everything above the bottom card again. So that entire block turns over again. And now the aces are dealt back down into this position. This leaves me in this position. Okay. And from here, I'm going to do a slightly different palm to the one we did. Again, it's a variation of the Braui. But here I count 1, 2, 3. This card comes on top, but goes slightly over. So it ends up underneath my hand. It ends up here, okay? So in other words, I don't come down square. I come over a little bit, exposing these. My pinky connects with this corner. And I simply, by applying pressure underneath that pinky right about here, I can hinge these cards over into my palm and get into the same position, okay? So one more time, the joker's on the bottom. So you go 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then I hinge everything over into this palm, okay? Now, that's how to do the sequence if you want to add that sequence to the trick, because that will leave you with the queens in the palm and this card here. And again, you can do the everything that we just talked about and end in this position. But that's it. It's a very fine, powerful, and surprising trick. And I think it's one of Roy's hidden gems. It's called Runabout because it's a contracted version of Runaround, of course. And I think these moves, certainly the variation on the Vernon edition, are pretty useful. And if you've ever played with the Braui palm, you should find that this sort of fingertips version of the Braui palm is again a very useful way of stealing some cards under fire. And all of this should happen with a little bit of misdirection. And part of that, if you're in the position to steal the card with the Braui palm, I come forward. So I'm just going to do it with the 4 queens here because they're here. When I show these cards, of course, I'm not showing the faces. I lean forward a little bit. I get to this position. And then as I'm doing the palm, I lean back and square, and then I gesture. So that lean back is part of the misdirection. It doesn't matter if they're burning your hands. If you're looking at them and you're also relaxing at that moment in time, you're adding a lot of cover to the technique, but you're also splitting their attention, which I think is important. And we can talk about that more if we want to. And again, hopefully I should be online right now from Paris and chatting. If you have any questions, please fire them away. One thing I will tell you right now is that you don't have to have, if you have 4 aces on top and you're doing the Vernon edition, you don't have to have the first card directly underneath these aces. So if you were going to have some cards out jogged from the deck and the aces are on top, it still works, but you have to have a break under the aces and step those down. And I tend to do that with my thumb. So if I have the break here, I tend to pull down like this so that I get them into that position. So as I raise the hand like that, I'm still doing the same move, but they're not completely flush, right? And notice that I will also put my finger here and draw back a card if I need to, which helps cover the cards that are underneath, all right? So in other words, the 4 cards can be on top, the first card underneath can be pretty far away, and it will still work. If there's any questions, I'm online, and we can also talk about some other stuff.
Okay. Let's see. We're back. Well, that hopefully made sense to everybody. Let's have a look, see if there are any questions on that before we bring in some guests. No, we're good. Anything at all? Let me know. I will keep an eye on that. And then let's see. I kind of believe that tricks like this are really excellent for the right moment in a routine. And this particular trick sets me up to do something with the queens and the aces for the next sequence. But I'm always looking for stuff that I think is unexpected, especially with cards, right? So when you take out a deck of cards, I think we all know that there's many people will say, oh, I've seen that one. And anything that I can do that challenges the expectation there is always interesting. So that's why this particular trick has been a lot of fun for me. Done it for a lot of years. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna share one more little thing. And I was looking through some old notes of mine, trying to find a particular idea. And I saw I saw a trick which I remember back when I did it was fooling a lot of fellow magicians in the right circumstances. And the right circumstances would be late at night when everybody was a little bit relaxed. And I thought I'd share it with you because it still kind of amuses me that it works on magicians, but it has a lot of good uses under the right circumstances. And it's basically this. I'm on a laptop. I'm going to hinge the laptop over like this so you can hopefully see the cards. And you basically begin with a shuffled deck. And of course, all good sort of impossible location type things begin with that. So you're going to take your shuffled deck and fan it. And as you do that, you're going to remember the fourth card from the top here, which in this case is the 7 of spades. And it's just easy to explain this rather than try and perform it for obvious reasons. But you're going to remember the 7 of spades. And here's the sequence. Oh, and one more thing. You can, in fact, instead of doing that, shuffle the cards and remember the fourth card from the top by simply, as you shuffle, you lift up a little higher and you peak. So in this case, it's still that 7 of spades. So you can take the cards back after the shuffle, give it one more shuffle and peak that card without fanning and turning over. I now know the fourth card from the top, and I'm going to give them a procedure to find a card. And I ask them to cut anywhere they like and to look at the card they cut to. And then to grab cards from the top and bottom like this and drop them in as many times as they like. And then we're going to drop these cards on top. Square, and I give them these cards. The 7 of spades is right here. And when they cut and look at a card and they do this process, this simply puts the 7 right beside the card that they selected. So it doesn't really matter how many times they do this. When they do stop, I tell them to shuffle these cards, drop on top, square, and then cut deep. And before they complete the cut, I say shuffle those two, drop them on top, and then cut again, and if they like, cut again. And this, of course, simply puts that card that we peaked right beside the card that they selected. As a procedure, it's always amused me that it's as deceptive as it is. But one of the things I'd say is, you know, Jason was talking earlier about having a breather card in the deck. If this was your breather card, if you simply controlled it to the 4th position from the top, easy to do, then when they cut and they place it beside their card and go through, what that means is after that shuffle and cut and shuffle procedure, if you then do a cut, you bring that card directly to the top, which can then, of course, be palmed off. Okay, that's, for me, I think, a really amusing procedure that can be added into almost any trick and be really deceptive, especially if you're going to steal this card away. And so that's just another little thing that I think you guys might get a big kick out of. And I think, let's see if there's anything else that we can talk about. I have been working a lot with color changes, and I'm a big fan of the color changes, the one-off trick that you might do with a deck of cards. So, you know, the classic color changes, you know, you do this type of thing. But I think the Mellini idea of when you do the change, right, and you've got the card here, when you do the cover, don't just reveal the card. cover and lift your hands up. And as you lift that hand up like this, all suspicion when they see that change is on this hand. So this is a very powerful effect when that card they suspect has vanished, and gives you lots and lots of cover to come back and do this. And you change again. I believe Charlie Miller did it this way as well. But as a color change, I think it's terrific. But I came up with an interesting idea, which was to have 3 selections. And these 3 selections would be controlled to the top, and I'd then do some kind of Faro shuffle to interlace them on the top and cut one of those cards to the bottom. Okay, so this is one of the selections, but selection for the 3rd person. And I'm going to turn to the 1st person. I say, look, the cards could be anywhere. Take off 4, get a break under 4. As I turn these over, I hinge these 4 off the deck and I palm them. Okay, so you spread, get a break, turn with that break, you turn everything over, and these cards just kind of hinge off to the side like this. I hit that corner and I'm palming these as I say, is your card the 4 of clubs? They say no. Now, of course, it's actually this person, but I'm not asking them. Is your card the 4 of clubs? No. So think of the 4 of clubs, but now make that 4 of clubs in your mind transform to your card. What is it? They'd say the name of the card, and there it is. And you get that. Now, you've just added 4 cards to the top. So when you drop this to the table, this is an odd card. And underneath is the next card that you're going to produce. Now, you can do any kind of color change you like here. If you want to do some sort of, like Andrus color change, or another one is whatever the card is. If you were to pick up 2 cards like this and just insert them into the deck and then pull back just the bottom card, you get a nice change as you push the double into the deck. That's your second change. And this leaves you here with this card, and you turn to the next person, says your card, the 9 of diamonds. No, I'm going to lift off a double, turn the deck over, and as I turn the double over and ask them what the card is, I'm simply going to offload that bottom card onto the top. And when they say 4 of clubs, I say, but wait a minute, wasn't that the 1st? And as I look to the deck, I look to the card, and then we get the change. And so that's just a very nice way to locate 3 cards with color changes, I hope. Let's see. Any more questions on that? Sorry, I can't see both. Yeah, well, good. Well, I'm going to bring in a friend, and I'm very lucky. I get to travel, and I get to actually, Matt, I know you're sitting there waiting. If you could just hold on for a second. Before I do that, and before I forget and run out of time, I do actually want to talk about one of the big reason why we're all here, which is Jack himself, which is this dog rescued by Zach and Katie. I can't imagine what it must be like for a dog to be abandoned, but to be abandoned in Las Vegas on New Year's Eve with all the sounds and the cars on the road, but also the fireworks and the energy. I think that it just must be the most awful thing in the world. And honestly, the idea in my mind that a car would come over and the door would open and that dog would find himself in the care of Zach and Katie is the most wonderful thing. I actually, I'm in love with Jack because I was very fortunate to spend a lot of time with him. I wanted to talk about the first time I met him because I was coming to Las Vegas. I had not met Jack yet. I knew the whole story, but I was asked by Zach and Katie if I could look after their dogs while I was in town, which of course, yes. How much do I have to pay, right? And I went to their house, but I was on my own. And I realized I was about to open the door and there's going to be this dog. Now I've seen photographs. Jack was a Dogo Argentino, which is this big, white pit bull looking dog, a dog that a lot of people would be afraid of without knowing him. And I had no idea what I was going to come into. And I walked in and there's this absolute sweetheart who came and greeted me and made me feel welcome in Zach's house. And so I got to spend some time with him. But the first night we spent together, I decided we would we would sit and watch Turner and Hooch, the Tom Hanks movie about him finding a big dog, and we're watching that movie, and there's a scene in that movie where Hooch breaks wind, and everybody kind of has to start opening the windows in the middle of a scene, and it's very funny. And just as that scene ended, Jack thought it would be a good idea to join in. And so I think it was probably the most perfectly timed fart in my lifetime. So yeah, Jack was a sweetheart, and it's a real shame we couldn't find him somebody to adopt him. Almost everybody we know who was interested had another large dog, and as Zach said, large dogs were a problem. And really, it's a tragedy what happened, but honestly, whatever life that dog had, and we know because his ears were clipped, looked like somebody tried to do it themselves. So we know he had a bad life. But I'm here, and I know the other guys are here because we know that Jack had a fantastic end to his life, thanks to Zach and Katie. And so thank you to everybody who's joined in on this. So yeah, wanted to talk about Jack. Now let's meet a friend. Matt, are you there? Let's see if you can jump in. Everybody,
yeah, I'm there. Yeah.
Everybody,
hey, Paul.
Hey, how are you? Everyone, please.
I'm good, thanks. Hey, everyone.
We've got a little bit of a delay. Everyone meet Matt Pritchard. He and I met formally in Las Vegas at Magic Live last year. And we were very lucky to spend some time together in Spain. And when he heard this story, he was immediately volunteered his time to come on board. Some of you will know who he is. A lot of you may not know who he is. I thought it would be great if he could jump on for 10 minutes, tell us a little bit about his work, and share what I think is an absolute piece of genius with all of you. So take it away, Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. So if we've not met, you may possibly recognize this little creature. This is my sidekick that finds its way into a lot of my work. I think I've been doing magic since as a kid. I'm like that stereotype of a magician who's been doing it all that time. But I love incorporating kind of science into what I'm doing. And during lockdown, I started putting lots of optical illusion, sort of science trickery videos online. And well, if we haven't met, let me show you something that Paul's really keen for me to talk about. So here we go. So what I really wanted to do was create like a grand illusion of a vanishing elephant in the round. And the advantage that I've got is that I can do my work at the bottom of my garden. I'm not having the issues that Las Vegas grand illusionists have with 2-ton elephants to make move around and secretly move. So I tend to do these miniature grand illusions, and I often use some optical trickery, and Paul thought it'd be fun if we kind of go into some of the details of how that works for you. So let's start off with this thing here. So this is the yellow sort of cage box that was concealing the elephant. And for those of you familiar with this book, what I've realized is a bit of a UK bestseller book for kids, but there's a book called Dear Zoo, which is like my little I love playing with that, and so there's a little reference there that the rest of the world don't quite get. Now, as that train is going round the track, at certain points the elephant is concealed from view. So what we're looking at here is a top-down view of the scene. We've got this little blob in the middle, that's the elephant, and then we've got the camera going round. The red bits are the blind spots at different sections that the camera can't see because it's been hidden by that yellow sort of wall. And you'll notice that there's a really dark kind of red patch right behind the screen. And that really dark blind spot lasts for about a second and a half. And so this gives me a little window of opportunity to make that elephant disappear. And so if we were to kind of look at the side of things here, we've got the camera on the top, the yellow wall is blocking the elephant. You can see underneath, you can see the empty box, you can see the rail at the back, but what you don't see, because of that blind spot, that lasts, like I said, a second and a half, is you don't see the edge of the table. And what this means is I can effectively lap the elephant. I can pull it off the edge of the table and drop out of sight, and you won't see it. As long as I do that in that 1 second sort of window when the camera is moving round behind that yellow screen. So that's basically what I'm doing. I'm lapping the elephant, but obviously my hands aren't involved in this. So to do this is another little secret that I haven't really told many people, and that's the fact that the elephant's actually levitating. It's not resting on the box. It's being held up by a thin thread. So just seeing it here is running down, and at the top there's a rod. It's actually a bent coat hanger, and when I pull the string, the thread pulls the elephant across, and then it drops off the edge of the table. So all I'm doing in that 1.5 seconds is I just have to pull a string, the elephant pulls back out of sight, and then drops over the edge of the table, and then we've got that perfect vanish. Now, that's a lot of me talking. So what I've done is I've filmed this effect from 2 angles. The first angle is the view that the phone sees, the camera. The second view is a side view, and that shows me operating this illusion, and sort of bonus points there for looking at my facial expressions, the facial expressions of me trying to concentrate and get that spot on timing. So here we go, the illusion from 2 different angles. So hopefully that made sense. I'm around on the questions. Paul, did I explain that well? It's been a bit of a long day.
You did explain that very well, and amazing, just amazing the thinking that goes into that. This is way too short a presentation for people to get to know you, because I know they're going to have hundreds of questions. How can they find you?
So I'm just Science Magician on almost every social channel, so Instagram, TikTok, and it's just full of sort of magic videos like that, some which is just more straightforward science curiosities. I'm fascinated with ambigrams and other little objects of wonder as well.
Yeah, you say you're fascinated by ambigrams. He showed me just last week one of the most amazing and reality twisting things with a mirror and a couple of words last week, and you'll find that stuff on his website. But Matt, thank you so much for joining in.
Oh, thank you all. Have a great rest of your day, everyone.
Now, David, are you ready to queue up Lawrence? I'll introduce him before we do.
I am, yes, of course.
So the next person who's going to help us is a friend of mine, Lawrence Shar, who is from Switzerland and is just an absolutely wonderful magician, also one of the most knowledgeable guys. He's one of Dennis Baer's team working on the Conjuring Archive. But he also has some really, really great, terrific ideas. And there was one particular idea. This is very short, but if you've got some cards in your hand, you might want to grab them right now, and you will see a great shuffle. He's speaking in German. He was very keen to tell me it was Swiss German, not just German. But anyway, there are subtitles, so hopefully you can all see those. So let's go. Oh, stop. No sound, no sound. Let's start again. No, you're muted, David.
Hey, Williamson, you're muted.
Straks zetten ze zo eens.
Just
Oké, mag ik het even normaal? Het idee is ganz einfach. Wir machen so einen kleinen Bogen, so dass sich die Karte ein bisschen verrutschen. Und dann kann man nämlich oben mit dem Zeigefinger einfach langsam so ein bisschen. Oh wait, this is not what I'm saying. Okay, let's do it in English. It's an idea for the optical shuffle. It's very easy. The whole idea is that the bottom part is the same, but the top part is still moving. So from the front, from distance, you will see that the top part will diminish little by little. So how this is done is you do a slur while you cut the cards like that. And then with every shuffle, with the first finger, you push down a little bit. So it really looks like they're changing with every shuffle movement. Let's do it again. That's it. I hope you have fun with it. Thank you. See you around.
okay. So if I can start my video, there we go. Okay, there we go. That was very fast, but if there's any questions, it's a really, really smart way to. So the optical shuffle is where you chop in front, but you don't really do anything, right? And I can tell you a couple things about that. One of the things that I learned from Pat Page years ago with this, before we come back to what Lawrence is doing, is if you take a small packet from the back and you turn this way and do this shuffle, it really looks a lot better for everybody. So if you have a reason to come over, and by the way, the packet should not last forever, okay? So just a couple of chops as you come over and then hand the deck out really feels like a very good shuffle. What Lawrence is doing is by spreading that back packet and creating this look, and it can be very subconscious. I remember when he first did it, I didn't understand why it looked so good. There was no sort of, oh wow, the packet's getting smaller. It just looked great, right? And as he's coming down, he's just pushing down on the top here. So this packet is just getting smaller each time he does the fake until he's finished. And I think it's a terrific idea. And if you're going to watch the re-recording, you can see that. And again, apologies for the subtitles. And really, that's about it. Now, are there any questions on any of that? Lawrence Schar is his name. That's Lorenz. Schar is Schar. And he has a lot of great ideas. And he has a terrific a book that he brought out last year. And again, I can't recommend him enough. And very kind to donate that. Any other questions at all before we wrap this up? Anything? Yeah, Cards Against Reality. That's exactly right. It is a great book and a great title. Okay. You see,
Oh, amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for that sweet testimonial about Jack. That reminds us, all of us, while we're here. Amazing. Right on cue. Somebody barked.
Yeah, that was Reggie. He's a
That was my Reggie.
Jason, you going to come in here?
I was going to say, I believe we have a special guest waiting in the wings. Have we been able to connect with him?
We can bring him in.
Oh, he's in.
Oh, the actual real Michael Close.
What?
The one and only.
Let him talk. Unmute him.
He's got to unmute himself.
I'm unmuted. How you doing, guys? How was everybody? Come here, dog. Here, my dog. Come on. Oh, close. How nice to see
You're
you.
going as David Williamson for Halloween.
Come on.
Or Mike going as Michael Close.
There's
Comes Eric.
you all know me because I'm my dog. All right. Good to see all my pals. Even more fun muting my pals. It was worth paying $100 just so I could just hit a button and Paul Wilson stops talking. That's really great. You know, normally I have to carry those cards that I think I got it from who did I get it from? There we go.
Oh, yes, Michael Mode.
Yep. I just have to, that's normally what I have to do. But good to see everybody. What else was I going to say?
Mike, what have you been up to? Don't you have a book coming out?
I do have a new book out. I got back from taping season 11.
My God.
Plus, and I realized